Hey, Sydney. Hello, hello. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, wow. Oh, I was about to say, I wondered if. Hey, butterfly. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Yay. Got my fan going. The weather doesn't know what it wants to do, but that's the wrong camera. Hello, hello. I hope everyone's doing well. To anyone watching this in the future, I want to say thank you. And to everyone in the chat, hello. How's it going? I've decided to sew a few things. I went downtown. Yeah, I put my coffee there for a reason. It's enticing. I always forget that it's sitting there. So I'm glad you reminded me that my coffee's sitting there. Oh, my computer from my Apple computer from 2012 is glitching. I think it's 2012. It's somewhere around there. So I hope everyone's having a beautiful Wednesday. If not, I'm here. Do you know last Monday I came on stream and completely had a meltdown. It was one of those like not today bobbing kind of days, but all you can do is come back and try again. So instead of all the usual fluff, I'm thinking about making hey Sydney, yay, yay, hello, hello. If anyone wants to join, just let me know. I'm gonna be going for a little while tonight. I always say, "Oh, I'm not gonna be going that long," and then I end up going 6 hours. So might as well strap on and wear a helmet, like I always say. Do you know with everything that's been going on, with everything politically and everything going on television, I've decided to completely tune out and I will be making an apron amongst other things. It's a little early. I don't want to I went and bought some fabric today. I bought some more patches and yes, I went downtown. It was a beautiful day. It was overcast. There was massive amounts of traffic. It was everything you expect downtown to be on a Wednesday. I'm going over my notes right now. I have quite a few complaints about that place, but it's more of a, parking and same old stuff from downtown. But I'm going to clear my desk off a little bit and I'm going to start sewing. I hope everyone is doing well. And while no one is here, I'm going to say this program this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Song and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every single human being on planet Earth. Awesome. Got the disclaimer out. Let's start clearing off the desk. So there was quite a few things that I couldn't decide what I was gonna make, but I'm definitely gonna make an apron. I cut my shapes, I have everything ready to go. But beyond that, I purchased some more fabric today and a ton more patches. So I'm gonna improve on a jacket or two as well. Awesome. Awesome. You know, I don't know about anywhere else, about where anyone else lives, but where I live, parking is a racket. Parking is an absolute racket. And today in downtown Los Angeles, I had to pay for parking, which I normally don't have to do because I show up so early. I get a parking space on the street. But I went a little bit in the mid morning, like 10 or 11 ish, and I had to pay for parking, and it was Funny to me, there's this guy I always see, and he recognizes my cowboy hat. And he saw me and he told me the price was $15. And I was like, nah, man, I'm good. And he's like, oh, for you, $10. And he rated, excuse me, he rated up to his friend. And I paid $10 just for about, I don't know, 25 minutes of walking around. But it made me laugh because they know parking is a premium there. So they know they have you, you know? It's just amazing. And I'm sure it's like that in every major city. It was poorly planned, and then the city is just built on top of each other, built on top, on top, on top. I understand. But parking in general is an absolute racket. So now I know I can negotiate the prices. I am never going to pay the flat fee again. Which makes sense because people are literally standing in the middle of the street. And on Saturdays, downtown Los Angeles is extremely busy. So I get it. I understand. There's people standing in the street. They literally have flaggers and people are like, hey, park over here. And they're leading you behind an alley and all these crazy places. And they're doing the exact same thing on a weekday. It was even more busy than usual today, which I thought was really intriguing. And someone tried to charge me $35 a yard so I could wear a jacket that kind of looks like a Muppet. And I was like, I'm okay. I'll wait till it's on sale. Do you know, it kind of made me laugh how in certain places, the fabric, everything is negotiable. But I went into what I consider like a retail store. And let me tell you, I walked in and they were just like, what is this guy? Who is this guy? They wanted absolutely nothing to do with me. And on each roll, it would say the price of, oh, it's this much or it costs this much. I was trying to get a really colorful furry print. It's like multicolor. It's crazy. They were trying to charge $35 a yard. And I was like, I'm okay. I'm good. It just wasn't worth $35 a yard to me to look like a Muppet. But that's just my personal view. All right. I'm going to go grab my apron and start sewing. All right. So I finally decided to use my simplicity apron pattern. It made me laugh when I cut it because it was just one giant sheet. Hey, Alibaba, how's it going? Hello. What are you working on? Just got here. I've decided to make an apron. I wanted to see what this pattern had to offer, so I cut all the pockets out, and I'm going to decide which ones I'm going to add. But I've whittled it down to two. I like the really big pocket, and I may just add I don't know. I may just sew up the middle. But we'll see how it goes. All right. Awesome. I hope you're doing well. I've decided I've decided on this print because I really was reluctant to I just wanted to see what would happen, but I didn't want necessarily a mock-up. So I decided to use the rest of my hippie print. Awesome. Awesome, Alibaba. Awesome. All right. I'm going on the blade right now because I do not know how much is in the bobbin. So we're just a guesstimation here. Yay, hello. Hey, Sydney. If anyone wants to join, just let me know. I'll throw the link in the chat. Yay, hello. I know it's early. We'll see how the machine sounds today. Perfect. With this apron, hey Pam, hello, how are you? Yay. I've decided to finally knock the dust off of my simplicity pattern. Oh, no worries, Alibaba, no worries. Hello. I need a new computer. Do you know that's what it took for me to jump in? Eating a salad. I paid too much for it. I know how that goes. Hello, Pam. Hello. How's it going, Lucifer? Hello. Awesome. Welcome. Awesome. Hello. Once I finish this, I'll show you guys all the. Well, I went downtown and I saw my guy, and the bobbin already ran out. Well, that's a good sign. Okay. Well, I might as well stop there, and I'll show you the fabric I got. We lurking at work. Awesome. It's okay to lurk on the Godless Sewing channel. For the longest time, I didn't have anything to say, so I looked for a long time on YouTube. Whoops, wrong camera. Wrong one again. I might as well show off the fabric I bought while I'm winding the bobbin. So, Pam, I was hoping you're here. The second I saw that you were here, I was like, okay. I only got I got like 11 yards, I think, or probably more. Because I live on the wild side. I went fabric shopping today, and I bought a ton of patches. One of the main reasons that I went downtown today is because I've fallen in love with these sequin patches. And I purchased other ones, but I couldn't just let the what is it? Oh, the Jaguar thing. Couldn't just let it be alone. So I went and got a Rolls Royce patch. And this is all sequins. Every single piece is sequins. This is I actually marvel at the artwork of this. And they're really affordable. Okay, so I'll put that there. And to continue, first, so I'm into really ridiculous material. We all know this. We all know this. We are all gathered here today to see what ridiculous things I purchased recently, and to not disappoint anyone. First off, I have a question. Hold on, let me get a good edge because this is a lot. The guy is so awesome. I'm like, oh, can I please get 4 yards, sir? And he gives me like 8 or 9. Ah, my friend. Who is this? Can you see that? There she is. Oh, here we go. Who is that? And this is on a $100 bill, and it's that person. Please, anyone who's hey, Joy, hello, how are you? Good to see you. Is it me? But who? I have no idea who this person is whatsoever. Hello, Joy. Hello. Queen Elizabeth the First, maybe. Well, I have a good 6 yards of Queen Elizabeth the First on $100 bills, which is gonna be awesome. I have a ton of ideas for that. I don't know. That's gonna bother me of who that is now. Yay! Hi, Joy. Hello. Good to see you. Sydney says it's her, so yay! Queen Elizabeth the First, maybe. Yay! So I have this fabric, and of course, because I'm not only going for the fabric, this is weirdly stretchy, but it also is like really well put together. Really well put together. Yay. Maybe Susan B. Anthony. I like that. See, I knew if I showed it, I'd get some really good idea from you guys. Because when I first spotted it, I was like, oh, that's just cool. I like oh, can it be Queen Elizabeth I? Could it be Queen Mary of the Scots? Maybe Susan B. Anthony. This is gonna be the mystery of the evening. Whoa. As my microphone flops backwards. I will be showing this off periodically we're gonna guess who this human being is on here. And I have a ton of this fabric. So I already have the song stuck in my head. So without further ado, to continue on my insanity of do you know, watching that Boney M video inspired me. I feel like I need a cape for every day of the week. And when I say cape, I mean actual physical cape. Yay, hello. Yay, hello. So, too old for Susan B. Anthony. Oh, so Susan B. Anthony was young. Yay. I haven't seen the portrait very recently. Yay, hello. Awesome. So, when I'm thinking about going full overlord cape with this, like full over the shoulder. Let me see what side that's on, because I might be on the wrong side. There we go. And yes, this is definitely gonna need some backing. But this is extremely silver. So I'm completely stoked for this. And yes, I still have that song stuck in my head like a month later. It's been like a month and a half. Oh, yay. It skits in his past life. Hey, you never know. I was watching the opening of Oktoberfest in Germany, and they went in one tent and they were playing Boney M. Oh, that's awesome. Yay! Thank you, Pam. Thank you. I'm always on the hunt for super hokey fabric and super like I love the dollar. I love this $100 fabric. I love my Santee Alley print, but I'm really starting to be in my cape era right now. Silver with a tinge of purple. It definitely does have it definitely has a shine to it. Yay, how's it going? How's it go? We were just talking about you, Skits. All good. Well, you can rewind and find out. No, I'm kidding. Awesome, awesome. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, I was gonna wind my bobbin, but I was too busy showing off all the really cool stuff I got. I also to continue down my path. Oh, let's see how the hat looks. To continue down my path of shiny stuff. Let's see. Their other patches are right there. I didn't want to get the huge one, but I got one of these. Like for anyone who knows, like I'm obsessed with Star Trek and stuff, but I love the hokey spaceship. I love this hokey spaceship. And of course, because it shines though. Look how glittery this skull is. I got that, and it's a combination of sequins and a patch. So that's awesome. That's really gonna look nice. I'm obsessed with the hokey UFO. I'm obsessed with the hokey. This place has all kinds of patches. Seriously, I have to stop going there. They're lucky that this patch is too big to put on my hat. I love these. I love those alien patches. Yay! Hello, hello. I love the hokey UFO. I'm obsessed with stuff like that. I still wear an X-Files t-shirt. And I don't believe, and I still wear an X-Files t-shirt. That skull is awesome. Glitter. And of course, I had to get more flowers. Los Flores, if Waternay is watching. I had to get more flowers. I'm not going to completely cover my vest in flowers. I've decided to put this somewhere else. But when you add this to something, it's beautiful. As you can see behind me right here. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I went a little crazy. And I'm thinking about so this will be on a cape somewhere. If you're gonna, you know what? If you're gonna go hokey, you might as well go full Liberace. Why front and why pretend? And of course, I had to get another one of these, so now I have two. So these are gonna go on matching vests. I love these sewing patches. I'm stoked. This is gonna go on that one that I wear all the time with the America on it. I'm gonna definitely put this in the pocket this evening. So I went a little crazy at the patch shop. Oh right. Oh yeah, I keep on forgetting to wind the bobbin. Maybe my bobbin's not wound all the way today, huh? Glittering zombie skull. A boxing like cape with that Rolls Royce. I was thinking something like that, exactly like full shoulders all the way down to the front. I was thinking about something like that. And because I have mannequins in here, I can totally manage it. I'm stoked. I am completely stoked. I love those extremely glittery patches. The way they come out, I like how they look. And if you really think about it, somebody put a lot of work to create those patches. All right, I know that bobbin is bone dry, so we'll wind it. Awesome. Skits, did you figure it out yet? Oh my gosh. If I wouldn't get a copyright strike, I would play a song right now because I just have Boney M stuck in my head for like a month now. And I managed to distract myself, and then it gets quiet and the song creeps back in. Awesome. Awesome. All right. I will be having a short coming out soon once I get organized. But that reminds me, once my computer feels like complying. There we go. No, just singing to myself. That's what I'm saying. That song, it's not going away. That's a definite earworm. This is worse than I always feel like somebody's watching. I had that song stuck in my head for 2 months. And now Rasputin has replaced it. You know what? I should wind another bobbin while I'm sitting here. Should not waste this opportunity, which I try not to. I have Ma Baker. She knew how to run. Oh gosh, now I just have my Sharona. That's a good palate cleanser. That's a good earworm to get a song on. Awesome. Awesome. All right, let's wind this. Absolutely. You would laugh if you saw my playlist, you would laugh at the songs I listen to. I try to keep it positive. So there's a lot of like Come On Eileen and My Sharona on there. Awesome. Yay, welcome back, Butterfly. Yay. I guess being in Germany just when they hit it big, I heard Boney M an awful lot. I absolutely that song is just cemented in my head. Oh my gosh. Seriously, this is way more than 4 yards. Because that's my standard. I'm like, oh, sir, may I please get 4 yards? I guarantee you this is way more than 4 yards. Oh man. Oh, even young Mr. Sewing know when I need help. He walks into the living room and we stretch out the fabric and then we fold it and bring it back in. Oh, I'm gonna need his help again. Awesome. Do you know what's really funny? I have a really terrible phone carrier. A while ago, I have several cell phones. I have a couple providers, and a while ago, my job switched over to this company that is called Visible, and Visible is the absolute worst. And I'm going to be getting a new phone. So you might see a 6th iPhone sitting here. But I had an awful experience with a company that doesn't even speak to you. They only talk to you in text. So you can know how well that went with me. All right. Beautiful. I'm trying to turn on a machine that I haven't even plugged in yet. There you go. What is that awesome fabric behind your head? Oh, that's what I'm gonna that's what I shall be making my apron out of. I call it my hippie pattern because I really don't have a good anything good to call it. This is one of like the last really, really awesome things that I got at Walmart. I believe it's Walmart. Do you know I get Walmart, Hobby Lobby, and Joann's mixed up because I buy so much from them. But ever since I started going downtown, I haven't stepped foot in those places because they can't compete with the prices. But I love how bright it is, so I'm going to make an apron out of it. All right, let's see if that worked. But I absolutely love this print. I made a shocker. I made a coat out of it and I wear it all the time. This is the kind of thing where if you wore this in the woods, you would not get lost in the woods at all. This is definitely this is bright. This is like extremely bright, but I love this print. All right, let's try it again. Perfect. Beautiful. I can picture hey, how's it going, Water Nay? I absolutely love this. I have like I said, I have a coat I wear all the time that is this print. And I had way more than I thought I did. So I was like, oh, I'm definitely gonna make an apron out of this. Because I'm gonna wear this all the time. And I need I need something to hide all my spare bobbins, all the stuff that I'm literally walking around with at that moment. Well, spare bobbins, that's me just speaking. Like scissors and stuff like that. Okay. Yay, hello. Hey, JL, welcome back. Welcome back. Yay, hello, hello. I got a good night's sleep, so I promise there shall be no meltdowns. At least any that are induced from just a poor night of sleep. Awesome. Awesome. Hello. Yay, hello, Waterday. Hello. Awesome, awesome. Do you know today it was amazing how many people were in downtown Los Angeles. They all had the same idea that I had, that no one would be down there on a Wednesday. And it was honestly the busiest I've ever seen it. So I'll learn, right? I'll learn. Oh, and I lined this with the material that I had left over from my spans. So this is definitely gonna be awesome. I'm just checking for pins because lately I've been really jabbing myself. All right. So I guess I have to bring my table out because I have to decide. Thank you, JL. Thank you. You want me to explain yourself, your love. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was raised Catholic, so I feel guilty about everything. I explain myself to a default. Thank you for remembering Olipop. I felt lost without all of these, and I bought more, so now this thing's even more over poked. It fell on the other side of my desk, and it took me a day to find it. And the other day, everything happened at once. So I got my pin cushion back. I'm ready to go. Yay! Yay! Hello, Waterday. Hello. I made long pants with those stripes. I was going for like Misfit Uncle Sam, and they just scream Smee from Hook. They were just like literally Bob Hoskins could be wearing those. Yay! Oh, good old Catholic guild, absolutely. Yay! So let me switch my angle. I have to decide my pocket placement on this, but I need to get my table out. As Rasputin is just seen any lizards lately? Actually, where, as I said, I have house lizards. Oh, I shouldn't even say that out loud because I guarantee the second I say that, the crickets are going to start yelling again. I live in cricket country. So I took the mic off. Give me a second. So we have lizards galore here. Oh, man. Oh, right. I think it's time for all new mic stands. A lot of my equipment is starting to age out. All right. Oh. Awesome. And so what should I make with my silver? So Alibaba, you have the idea of the full body cape. I like that. Or like sorry if you have headphones on. Or the boxer cape. I like that as well. I almost made a half cape today, but then I felt like a little kid wearing a superhero cape. So I think all of the capes that I make are going to be huge and gaudy. I have a feeling. All right. I made it a little bit longer than it should be. Because when I tried it, like I have an odd torso, so I needed this to go beyond my torso, so I made it a little bit longer. But that's the beautiful thing about making your own clothes is that you can adjust things on the fly. And what did I just do with the pocket? All right, so I have they had two different ideas, but I like both of them. So I'm going to add this as the top pocket, and then I'm going to add this as the bottom pocket. And I already lined it, but I'm going to add this as the bottom pocket. And it calls for 4 different stitches. I might just do one down the middle because I need giant pockets because I have humongous hands. So now that I'm standing here, I need to line these. Do you know, whenever I say overambitious project, it's me just jumping 15 steps ahead at every moment I can. All right. Completely forgot to line these, but that'll just take a second. So if anyone's made an apron, have you taken liberties on it? Because I think after this one, I might even make like a shop apron, one that's even longer. This was just to kind of test the waters and see what it looked like and to take the pattern out. And now that I've seen the pattern, I'm gonna it's definitely something that I'm gonna improve upon. I don't know if improve upon is the right word, but excuse me, it's definitely something I'm gonna add to. Give it some godless sewing flair. Ooh. Oop. Something happened with the bobbin there. That's okay. I was thinking about that too, Alibaba. I was like, "Are you so pathetic? Are you using a pattern?" But I like collecting patterns. That's literally my excuse. Like I love collecting patterns, and I just don't have them just so they can sit around. Yes, tweak it to fit your needs. Absolutely. Awesome. Awesome. Because it just was short. And I'm like, they did not have somebody with my height. And I'm not that tall. Somebody with my height into consideration. All right. Let's see how that goes. Okay. I added lace and ruffles to an apron. I was thinking about doing that too. Not absolutely, absolutely, Waterday. Not today, Bobbin. Not today. But I have Pam, I have a ton of lace and stuff in this room, and I'm just looking to add it to something. But I was thinking about I used to watch this show called Babylon 5, and I was obsessed with this character named Londo Malari because his jackets were just intricate. They were absolutely intricate. And so I'm on this weird quest to find all the medallions and everything, and I'm going to make my own Londo Malari coat. Absolutely, Waternay. Absolutely not today. So I weirdly collect all kinds of medallions, and so I have an extensive collection. Perfect. And I have quite a few vests that I need to improve upon too. Oh, this is coming out beautiful. All right. And I'm one of those people that if I see something on a pattern or something, I'm instantly like, "Oh, I want to change that." Just like the Mimi G coat itself, if you look at the original coat, I went off. I did not make anything near what it's supposed to be. Well, I made one to the exact specs, but every other one, what's the polka dots? Oh, I think it might be poking through the stripes. Make an apron for your mom. So my mom is my father was much more of a domestic person than my mother. My mom was definitely not an apron wearing kind of person. I made her a sweatshirt and she wears it everywhere. And I love every time I see her wearing it, I'm like, yes, absolutely. She wears it everywhere. Go Molari, get a Molari wig. That photo will be the best. Oh, I'm gonna go full wig and everything. And Veer Cotto, his original apprentice was like my hero. That show was an absolute love of mine. You know what, Pam, you reminded me, like I've made a ton of stuff for my mom. I wish she was the apron type. She's gonna laugh at me when I walk in and I'm wearing an apron. My grandmother was from that generation where she would wear a smock everywhere because she was literally World War II generation, so she wore it everywhere. So I think when my mom thinks of an apron, she thinks of my grandmother, and she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to repeat that cycle. Because my grandmother was an extreme traditionalist and my mother was not. Oh, right. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is. Do you know what's really funny? I was having that conversation today that we need to start planning for Christmas because last year it wasn't a disaster. It's just we were kind of caught off guard. So this year, we're gonna plan early. Oh, right. I need to even out that pocket a little bit, not to be too much of a perfectionist. Thank you, JL. Thank you. I guarantee you, everybody's gonna know that this is my apron. I guarantee you, everyone's gonna be able to be like, "Oh, that's sewings." Oh, okay, good. There's my rotary tool. I'm not really an apron wearing gal either. It's a style thing. Like, um, I'll wear it around here, but I would take it off. Like, it depends. I'm a goof, but like my mom was raised by my grandma, who was like the definition of a traditionalist. My like yeah, like I'm not playing. My grandmother was literally like a white glove like kind of person where she would like walk and swash things. Like my grandma was no joke. Perfect. I was sort of lost last Christmas. You know what? In a weird way, so was I. It was an awkward Christmas. Wondering what to cook, bake, and make. Do you know I had St. Louis style ribs, corn, and French fries. I wear one all the time when I'm working on machines. That's what I'm going for. That's exactly what I'm going for. And because and because I'm constantly working on sewing machines, um I need something. And this is an extremely durable, washable material. This is part of that weird indoor outdoor stuff that I used to buy. I I miss it in a way because it's so stiff, it's easy to sew. Butterfly, I want to make a leather apron for working on machines. That's a really good idea. That's why I chose this material because although it's extremely funky, it's extremely durable too. And it's made to get beat up by time and the weather. I've got boneless ribs in the oven right now, mashers and veggies. Oh, I loved my ribs. They were good. That's why I'm not talking about food, even though we're talking about food. My control room is going haywire in here. Sorry. I have too many monitors in here. So I'm gonna line this up. That would be really nice, Alibaba. Make a loop to hold a towel. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that one. JL sounds good. My son wants to make a pair of coveralls for his son for his son's birthday bear. Oh, I love that idea. I absolutely love that idea. I love coveralls. That would be really nice, Alibaba. I absolutely like in my everyday life, I live in coveralls. Like putting a shirt with a collar on it that isn't coveralls is getting dressed up to me. Oh, that is a cute idea. Absolutely. Small coveralls, absolutely. All tiny coveralls. Absolutely. Thanks, Alibaba Furball. Yes, out of his old pair of navy coveralls. Oh, that's even sweeter. Oh, my son's 14. He's in that resentful phase. I want to make a leather apron as well. I think we should all have a sew along. I'll make a pleather one because I think I still have a ton of pleather left over. I had an actual roll of pleather, so I had a lot. All right. And I found my disgrace that I called the pants that I messed up. I found them. They're in my hall of shame. All right, let's figure this out. Okay. So pocket placement is important. Let me move my chair over a little bit. It's not like I don't have a ton of stuff in here. So I'm going to add the top pocket like right here because you need, and I made it a little bit bigger and deeper than the original specs. All right. Because I only have my 4-foot table in here, I'm going to do this halfway. Perfect. Let me measure that so I don't mess it up. Perfect. Oh, wow. I put it right in the middle. That was a really good guess. Oh, that's hilarious. Whoa. That will never happen again. So I'm glad I caught it live on YouTube. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. So first things first, I'm going to add this pocket. Aww. That would be sweet. Awesome. Awesome. I would make the base first too to fit, then add the pockets. Maybe even do embroidery on of the last name on a tiny pair. Aww. Let me back my chair up a little bit. That's the one thing I miss about my office chair. I had an office chair. I put it in one of my videos. I was so excited. It didn't even last a month, and I didn't buy the warranty. Maybe one day I'll learn that lesson. I should have purchased the warranty, but I didn't, and the chair literally broke within less than a month. And so now on the side of my house, I have a half of a semi-new chair. And I Frankenstein all the other parts and put it on another office chair that I took to work, but it's just sad that it didn't even last a month. All right. So I'm going to add my pocket. Because this is so bright, I'm just going to use a good old cross stitch. I'm going to try to make it as wide as possible. All right, let me roll this a little bit. Perfect. Just want to be able to get a grip on it. Perfect. Beautiful. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, I'm going to take my pins out and reinforce my seams like I always say. Oh, if you can't follow your own cliche. Awesome. 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 Perfect. And I didn't even put it on upside down. I was kind of scared that I put it on the wrong way, and I did not. So I'm glad. The whole time I was sewing, I was like, oh, this is going to be embarrassing if I put this thing on backwards. This is going to be embarrassing. But I did not make that mega mistake. You know, and see, that's part of the problem when like I'm kind of hot dogging it, because normally I would be sitting here watching something, just sewing, but you know, while I'm live streaming, I'm talking, I'm doing things, and I'm skipping steps. So that's why it's important to pay attention when you sew. And I'm more or less saying that to myself. Beautiful. Awesome. Beautiful. All right. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So now I'm going to add the larger pocket, and that is perfect. I forgot. The design is so beautiful you can't see it. It's like camoed in there. That's perfect. So now I'm going to add the larger pocket, and then I'm going to make the straps, which I've already cut out. But it's gonna be interesting because I have to remember how to make straps, even though I know you just fold them in on themselves. But it's been a minute. Oh, right. Oh, this is gonna be hilarious. During I watch a lot of television from the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and I watch a lot of British television because I didn't grow up watching it. And I watch a show called Last of the Summer Wine. And making a smock reminds me of about 4 or 5 different characters on the show. So even though this is colorful, it's just totally making me laugh right now. And I'm gonna have to line this completely because the material I used is really stringy. I can see. All right, let me get this and I'll get back to the chat. Let me pin this. The funny thing is, because of the offset color, it doesn't look even to me, even though it is. There we go. We'll kind of line it up more. Measure once. Perfect. All right. Yeah, I should add more pins because if you get a little squirrely, that's when mistakes happen. And that's my middle name sometimes. Perfect. All right. So making this smock reminds me of that. I usually take the length, fold it in half with the print inside and sew the edge, then turn it inside out. I was thinking about doing that as well. It's just been so long. I've been watching it again. That's what's been making me think about it. I've been watching this show again. It's definitely one of my I'm tuning out shows that I watch where I'm like, because it takes you back to a time that will never exist again. No. Hey, Kilroy, how's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. Awesome, awesome. I love that show. I absolutely live for that show. Yay! Hello, hello, Kilroy. I watch a lot of those shows because it just it's better than most of the stuff that's out today. And it has meaning. I know that sounds weird, but like, you know, even like I'll watch something cheesy like Homeboys in Outer Space, okay? It's a half-hour show, but you're watching it for an entire half an hour because it takes you on a crazy adventure, you know? Yay, hello, hello. Perfect. All right. Yay, hello everybody. I'm glad that everyone's here this evening. My thumbnail is correct is incorrect because there is crying and sewing as I proved last week. Perfect. Beautiful. Oh man, this material is really stringy. Oh, that's crazy. It's one of the reasons why I'm glad I branched out and found somewhere that it has like quality material for a decent price. Perfect. Beautiful. Little bit of a mistake at the end, but that's okay. Awesome. I think it's a good thing I have patterns for teddy bear cloths, takes some of the guesswork out of the construction. That's why I collect patterns in the first place, because for as much as I do know, there are certain things I don't, and patterns give you everything that you need. And for as much as I say, like, oh, I know this or that, like, I'm still a student just like anyone else, So I appreciate patterns because they keep you honest. Oh, this is going to look great. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to sew down the middle on this one. I bet the stringy bit is the reinforcing weave in it stronger than the waff. Do you know it's this material too? There is just certain material that I buy. It's just I don't even, it's not even that it's cheap, it's just stringy. I don't even know what to call it anymore. Because I love it. I use it all the time, especially like the material I use for the spans. But like it is so stringy. It's literally like string cheese. I was cutting pieces off so you can't see. There you go. This, you can see it here. And it's this material too. Yay. Yay. Hello, Kilroy. No, you like patterns because you can get higher than Snoop on the space shuttle and still make something. True. It's when it's the difference between Mac and PC. I am sitting in a room of Apple technology. Apple things for you. I have a Dell laptop. Man, sometimes I don't even know how to turn that thing on. UV resilient seat cover material is stringy like, oh, okay. This top piece is definitely furniture material. But I agree. Yes, Kilroy. Yes. It's sewing by numbers at that point. Oh, I'm laughing like I don't still paint by numbers. And if you don't, then you need a good stress reliever in your life. Okay. Let's reinforce the seams on this. Cut all the stringy bits off. Using pinker shears or even a rotary blade like that, like pinky. I do have all of the above. That's a very good idea, Joy. That's a very good idea. I always feel so old school when I use my pinking shears because everybody has a serger now. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. But because my serger and I don't talk that much anymore, I use my pinking shears for everything. Beautiful. Awesome. So here is the point of decision, because No, I'm just gonna go down the middle and make it two big pockets because I need the space. On this particular design, you're supposed to make four pockets. I don't like just one big pocket because it gets weird and loose. So I'll go, I'm just gonna go directly down the middle. Let me measure it. I like the paint and color by multiple me too. I love doing that. I still my son and I do that often. Less fray. Absolutely. Absolutely. I still use my pinking shears for everything. That's why I color. I like I said, I am not talking trash about it. I participate. In no way, shape, or form am I dogging it. Okay. Let me cut off some of this excess before I start doing surgery on this thing. Yay, this is a good change for a Wednesday. And I figured y'all were tired of my turtleneck extravaganza. Even though I'm gonna tell you my next video, shocker, it's gonna be the power of turtlenecks. Because I have fallen in love. I was wearing my other one last night and just walking around like a boat captain. Oh, right. This is how I measure. I get my hand and I'm just gonna put them right here. Okay. Perfect. 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 All right. Beautiful. It's starting to look like an apron. Beautiful. All right. Let me switch my camera back. All right, let's start sewing the straps. Actually, I need to cut the excess off of this. I'm really glad I decided to do this. I need a new place to, especially when I'm doing patch placement. I'll have like 4 or 5 patches in my hand, so this is going to be awesome. And for all you purists, a little sewing ASMR. Awesome. I can only imagine who young Mr. Sewing is screaming at on his Oculus, but it sounds intense. Okay, so for the neck piece, I kind of made it a little bit longer. And when I say a little bit longer, I mean like that much longer because, I'm a little bit bigger than I appear to be on stream. So I'm definitely extending the neck piece on this, but I do love the design on this pattern. I could hear the waft and weave. I didn't buy any fabric at this thrift store. Sometimes, well, Pam, do you consider that a victory? Because sometimes I consider it a victory. Like when I go to the thrift store and I walk past the register, they're shocked. They're like, "Oh, you're not getting anything today?" I'm a, I'm a little bit bigger. Objects in the mirror may be bigger than they appear to be on stream. You know what? I turned 40 and became a baker. And I started liking pies and cakes, and now I'm obsessed with cornbread. I there's no shame in my game when it comes to that. Oh, I'm looking for my pattern. Oh, okay. Do you know what's so funny? I'm supposed to cut two of these, and I only cut one. So we're gonna find some scraps, and we're gonna cut the other. I knew it was too good to be true, but it's just a strap. I was all excited when I was cutting this earlier. And this is the first pattern I've been around in a long time where it was easy to cut out. Do you know when you first start sewing, no one tells you that most of what you're going to be doing is cutting and planning. Oh, right. Yes, it was a victory. I did buy paper though. They had scrapbook cards. I do that too though. No, I know what you're saying. Like there's a thrift store that I go to, and if I do not purchase a jacket when I walk in that place, it's a victory. Cutting is the sea butterfly knows. See butterfly. My son knows if he sees me like in a sea of like crepe paper, he's like, bye. He'll walk away from me because he knows I'm like, here, can you help me? Oh, cutting is. I still have not cut out my suit jacket pattern just out of pure like, oh, I quit. Every time I pull it out, I'm like, oh, I quit. I quit. Oh, thank you, butterfly. It made me feel better. Cutting is the worst. Isn't that the other on the back of the chair? Isn't that the other on the other? Oh no, one is the neckline, and then the other like there's two straps on both sides. We're going full smock style on this one. But I have my bag of scraps from recent projects, so I should have something big enough. If not, I can always improvise. Actually, I think I still have a large amount of the print. I barely might have enough. And you know, I'm going to edge this with something else. Under all of my fabric here, inside of a filing cabinet, I have a ton of scraps that are like, you know, I call them the bigger scraps, the ones that you're not just going to chuck, you know? So I might line it with a different color. Just don't use the stinky Do you know you buy stinky fabric one time? Do you know what's so funny? Today I was in the shop. I was in the fabric store, and I'm going through all this fabric, and I found a black material that it was like fuzzy on top and it had the stinky material underneath, and I was like, oh, that looks so cool, but I'm not gonna buy you, dude. No way. Oh, I'm not. I proved to myself that I'm not a glutton for punishment. I really liked it too. It was like almost matte black. It's weird. It had this weird finish to it, but underneath it was the stinky fabric. And I grabbed it, and you could totally smell it. So whatever it was, there's quite a few things that are made out of that stinky fabric in that store. But I didn't buy it, so that was a victory. Oh, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. You should ask the person that sold you if there's something that would work. Still need to finish other projects I haven't finished yet, though. True. I'm the same way. It didn't even turn stinky on you. You bought it stinky. You should expect some shit. Well, in my I'm in the Clouds defense. It wasn't because of the aroma downtown. I really didn't realize what I purchased until I was like in Glendale, which is outside of downtown, and I was like, oh, it's no. And honestly, I was like, man, Glendale stinks too. On the drive home, I legitimately was like playing What's That Smell the whole way home. That's why it got named the Stinky Fabric, because I was shocked when I came home and I found out it was me. It was not my environment, it was me. I was harboring stinky fabric. Oh, lesson learned though. See, I didn't buy any more of it though. And I have enough Santee Alley fabric to open up my own coat shop. All right. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. One step closer to my, well, we'll say first of the summer wine smock. Let's cut off some of this fray while I'm standing here. Awesome. Admit it. You smoke so much weed, you can't smell anything. Well, I can. That's the freaky thing. It's when I quit smoking cigarettes 5 or 6 years ago, and my sense of smell came back. And that's the problem, because I didn't smell so I started smoking when I was extremely young as far as cigarettes go. So I smoked cigarettes for a very long time. And now I have this freakish sense of smell. And now everything bothers me. That's why I'm constantly vacuuming. Like, my son is 14. Like, I'm all up in his business. I'm like, no, wash your sheets. I put his on the weekend, I put his bed outside. Yeah. Hello, hello.
Hello, everybody.
So ever since I quit smoking, I'm actually really he'll have some cleaning up to do when he's finished streaming tonight. Absolutely. How are you?
I am all right. I did some sanding today and now I am sore.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a workout. Oh, let me sit down for a second. Now that you're here, I'm going to take a bit of a break because I'm
All
almost
right.
done. I'm almost done.
I've been lurking while I've washed the sawdust off.
Had to make sure there's no spinach too, right?
Yes. Oh, my word.
There's an easy solution. Just start smoking darts again. Can I just say, I think lung darts are the coolest way to explain cigarettes. I have a meme of a 1970s baseball player. He's a Chicago White Sox. He's in the dugout smoking a cigarette after in the dugout.
Oh.
Had to have been when did they Alexa, when did they ban tobacco in Major League Baseball?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Oh, Alexa, what year was tobacco prohibited in Major League Baseball?
Here is an answer from an Alexa Answers contributor that I translated. The first reference to the term baseball was given in 1744,
Alexa,
just under 100 years.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
Yay.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for the warm greetings. Alibaba says they can always have cha. I was wondering if that's why so many of the major league players would start doing dip. Oh, thanks, Joy.
When I started watching, it was right on that. It was right on that era where they were dipping because they couldn't smoke in the stadiums anymore.
Mm-hmm.
At least on the field. Yay. And now you can't chew on baseball fields. It's
Oh,
illegal to have any tobacco product whatsoever.
maybe it was a health hazard because they were always spitting everywhere.
Well, you can still do the sprinkler in baseball. They just have big league chew bubblegum now.
Right, but did they ban the dip because people were spitting too much? It was too much of a cleanup.
They banned it because people were getting mouth cancer.
Mm-mm.
You know, people
know
noticed.
They cared that people got mouth cancer or anything else.
Well, it's kind of a generational thing. They didn't care until mass amounts of people started getting it. Like in the NFL, they really didn't even have what we consider the union now until the other guys started started suing. You see where my brain is. Hey, nerdy.
Like those poor people who were painting the watches, and then they were told to like lick the paint, but it was the radioactive, so that the hands and numbers would glow.
That's awful.
Yeah.
That is see, that's right next to those stories I read about all those people who would like sit under a nuke just to see what would happen, and they didn't last like Sorry, I'm keeping an eye out. I habitually have packages coming to my house.
I'm very excited. I got my copy of Dracula Daily today.
Awesome.
Yeah, it really is horrifying, Alibaba. Alibaba says horrific pictures of the people who painted those dials. Oh, they're like, yeah. There was one guy apparently who was addicted to eating this stuff, and he was like missing his whole lower jaw.
Excuse me. I could totally see how someone get hooked doing that. You know what though? With all this talk about scabs in Hollywood and stuff, when I was like 21 or 22, for 7 months of my life, I took a job in Texas where I was literally putting the casings on the weapon. I basically put the casings on Chinook helicopters where they go pew, pew, pew. And all I did is just because I know how to bend metal and use a welding machine. And they kind of just told us like, this isn't hazardous, just go ahead. But they gave us all kinds of hazmat stuff to work with, and we're like, now we know why they're on strike.
I'm gonna try reloading because Joy says I've gone max headroom again.
Okay. Give me. I just have Boney M banging in my head. Rah, rah. And that is literally what has started me on my Cape era. I guess I can line these straps while I'm sitting here.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. It's, you know what it is? It's also a consistency issue with the signal as well.
Yeah. But
that
yesterday...
Sorry, that was my biggest beef with my carrier.
Yes, I agree.
Because we all have the internet. It's, do we consistently have the internet?
Yesterday was a road trip to pick up a sewing machine, and today was sanding day. So I have not called the internet service provider, alleged provider, sometime provider. Oh, nerdy. We keep getting that song mentioned and posted. I don't even like it, and it's been stuck in my head all night.
What song's that?
Oh, Rasputin.
Every performance he's ever put on YouTube is now pops up on my phone. Skids played that song yesterday. It is everywhere now. Now I have the cat version in my head.
I picked up the domestic treadle machine. So I can show you pictures or I can kind of show you the machine. It's in the other room.
Well,
The
you're
new
still.
baby, speaking of rodents, I opened it and it didn't have any like mouse nests, but I'm like, something went patink on the floor. And I'm like, oh, is that like a screw or a piece of Japanning or something? No, it was a mouse turd.
Okay, so as somebody who works out in the country, like when we put anything in storage, we're shocked when there's not little mouse presents in there. So when things are sitting around, the mice, literally the mice play.
Yeah.
Literally.
So I cleaned the floor, and then tomorrow is sewing machine cleaning day.
Awesome.
There aren't any like nests, and it's not covered in dust or anything. So I don't have any new mice. However,
Oh, Nerdy, you would love my job. I was out in the country. The mice have their own. They have their own kingdom out there. Their own fiefdom, as I should say. I am so stoked. I need to know the ingenuity that it goes into making these. These are so intricate. This is all rhinestones.
oh my.
I'm sorry.
Wait.
I'm sorry. Sequins, not
Yeah.
rhinestones.
I mean, I think they must have a machine that puts them, and then they like sew the circles and the letters on. It must be.
Sorry, it's hardcore work.
Yeah.
Like, I am too ADD to sit down and be able to do something like that.
Yeah. Joy, I will be filming the cleaning, and then I will be filming the polishing and the oiling. It actually has, considering it has not been used in I don't know how long. It actually has pretty smooth action.
That's what I love about those old machines, because they were made to last forever.
Yeah.
I see. That's what I love about old sewing machines. Is they are precision machines that properly maintained, they'll fire right back up.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I was very excited when I opened the drawers. Or no, not when I was opening the drawers. Separate. That was a separate thing. That was when the mouse poop arrived. When I was looking at the machine, I was looking at the bobbin winder and just the logo and stuff that was on there, and I looked more closely and I'm like, wait a minute, there's a bobbin in the bobbin winder, and there was a shuttle and bobbin in the machine, so I have two original bobbins. I'm very excited.
That is like literally the most important part.
Right?
The bobbin is sometimes more important than the machine. Oh. My mom used to have a treadle machine. Wish it was still around.
Oh.
I know how that is. My father had a 301. No, I think it was either a 404 or a 301A. But when you're a kid, your memory's different,
Mm-hmm.
And I asked my mom all the time, where is that machine? And she's like, meh, I don't know.
Well, maybe it's around somewhere.
I just have to go in the rafters. I just have to be brave enough.
Go find rodents, friends.
That's good. I have a few of those too. It's a plus when you find the bobbins. When the red robin comes, bobbin. Great, another song I'm gonna just get stuck in my head. Oh right.
I was watching Charles Cornell last night, and he's a jazz pianist, and he kind of he'll break down songs, and so he was talking about, I don't know if you all remember the pinball number song from Sesame Street.
Not necessarily off the top of my head.
It was all like jazzy and funky, and the Pointer Sisters were singing, and all this like psychedelic animation. So he broke that down. Yeah, I love that song.
Hey, I made you listen to Busca la Corona, the Dora the Explorer song, Find the Crown.
I don't think you did. Oh yeah, you played a little
Find
smidge
the
for me.
crown. Busca
Yeah,
la Corona.
that was
That's
when you
it.
didn't want to speak Spanish.
That gets in your head, man. That song, it gets in your head. They do that on purpose to make sure the parents like me are paying attention. Now I have Find the Crown stuck in my head. Oh, do you know my son looks at me and he's like, I don't want to talk about it. I miss the Nick Jr. days when he used to watch cartoons.
Oh.
My house was so much more positive back then.
Less yelling.
Well, his Oculus habit scares me sometimes,
Mm.
but it could be worse.
I mean, he could be out in the streets doing actual brawling.
Not around me. He ain't going. He recently was like, "Oh, I got a cell phone. Can I do this and this and this?" And I'm like, "Well, maybe when you're older." But I try not to be like that, like super overprotective parent. But in today's world, you need to be a parent, you know. Oh, babies. Cemented in my skull now. I have to order a shuttle and bobbin for my FOF 230. Do you know there's quite a few pieces? As I've been cleaning lately, I've been like, oh, here's the bobbins for my 301A. Here's this. Here's like, I have a whole case of bobbins for a 301A. I just found it. Cleaning helps. I found this shirt. I found all my old hillbilly shirts that I was like, where are all my shirts? I found them. This round of cleaning was positive. In the room, a couple days removed, it's still a beautiful, clean room. So far, so good.
That's the best. I like to work in a clean space.
Do you know, I almost brought my sewing table in there, and Isaiah was like, are you kidding me? You just cleared this entire space, and you're going to clunk it. Because if I start sewing in there, that's a whole new mess, you know?
Mm.
I get it off of Amazon, so it wasn't too bad. I've got a lot of stuff off of Amazon as far as sewing machine parts. You know, I constantly talk about how I've never ordered a sewing machine online, but I've almost ordered like all the parts to one. But I've never that's why when I hear like your experience and other people's experience, because I'm so tactile, I need it to be like right in front of my face.
Mm. Well, at least if you order the parts individually, you're less likely to have damage than when it arrives in pieces.
Oh, hey, my UPS people are on the same rugby team that yours are on. They take it and they just punt it and hope it hits the front door. Oh. It's known, like my UPS guy, it's known that I have cameras. So they're like, I feel like they're a little bit more nice, but everyone around here has cameras. It's obvious. A whole new mess, a new fantastic point of view. It's like Shooting Star. You've got too far, and now you have a whole new mess with you. Oh, I'm a clean version of Pigpen. I know that doesn't make sense, but I make a mess, but I clean it up. So I am walking around with that haze of whatever. Did he have fleas? Did Pigpen have fleas? Was that
I think so. I think he was just a dirty, dusty little child.
Oh, I love it.
Alibaba. So do you just end up just using vintage and antique bobbins and things, or did you ever find a source for good reproductions?
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hey, Mark.
He had a reek about him. He did. But where I'm from, like we always had that one unkept kid, and it had nothing to do about socioeconomics. It was that they were feral. Had nothing to do about money. Parents just let them do whatever they wanted.
And then there are some kids who are just drawn to the grime. If there's something messy, they have to get into it. And
true. growing up, like I've always been kind of OCD about like cocoa butter and smelling good. So like there are, but see, my skin requires because I will be a different color of ash if I do not take care of myself. Hey, Mark, how's it going? How was your day? Awesome, awesome. I got a lot of long bobbins from one machine. Whoa, 20 original. Do you know I
Oh,
was
wow.
watching I went on a binge last night and I watched Fred Sanford for like 3 hours because I was cleaning. And I need to find a way to Michigan. You want to go on a road trip? I snore.
We should totally take a road trip.
I snore. That's three Michigan from here is 3,000 miles. That's
Mm.
basically. Oh, hold on, Alexa. How far is it from Los Angeles, California to Michigan?
From Los Angeles, Michigan is 2,229.8 miles away by car.
It's three.
Mm.
It's three across the entire country. So basically, driving to Michigan is like driving to like Alabama, or like Mississippi, somewhere close. Not so close. Oh, that's funny. No, because he was like, oh, another buttonholer. Dude, I'll buy it just because of the box. I love that 1960s and that 1970s box. I'm a sucker for that 1960s and 70s singer. And he's like, he was going off and he was right. And I know I'm going to bring up a sore subject, but I own many touch and sew, singer touch and sew, many. And like most singer chords are interchangeable, but I have one of the most rare touch and sews because it has 4 prongs. And
Oh,
apparently he's like, this is rare. And I'm like, yeah, it is because I don't have one. I swore I had one.
maybe it's
So,
hiding under the table. It was hanging out with your pincushion.
but it's not worth it to drive 2,000 miles to plug in a sewing machine that I barely like.
Well, no, and he does ship things. It would be more for the experience of having a
Yeah,
tour of his facility.
absolutely.
But
Absolutely. And like I've been in that area. It's just green. It's so beautiful up there.
mm.
I've watched that too. I love because he had a new video out last night. So I watched that and it went from one to another. And I was just doing laundry, walking around, doing my thing. Love. Thank you, Butterfly. I'm a sucker for those boxes. I buy them. That's why there's that one thrift store I go to that has like all that vintage stuff. They do not know what they have. Because I'm like, oh, thank you. Another box. Thank you. It is a fucking so. It is. Laugh aloud, the Jetsons buttonholer. Thank you. He had all of that. We all watched the same video.
do, 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 do.
I do want to go to Fred Sanford's house as long as those touch and sews don't have stickers. I own so many. I couldn't put stickers on all of them. See, that's beautiful. Look at that. That is from the future. Now I have the theme song stuck in my head. Doom, 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 doom. Oh, that's awesome. Sanford has a nice collection too. He does. I want whatever is in that blue desk. I want that. I don't even care if it's not a sewing machine. I want that blue desk that he's constantly standing behind. Facility, don't dress it up. It's just to fill up his house. Well, it's
He had
it's
a
he.
warehouse.
No, he bought a house. He
Oh.
bought a house.
I'm behind in my watching, apparently.
Yes, I also have buttonholers. Too many. Pam, I'm talking about a man that goes by Fred Sanford Sewing Machines. He like I at first I used to watch it as like scared straight because I was like, okay, if I watch this, I won't end up like that. And now I'm like, I'm already there. But he has an unreal amount of sewing machines. Like that makes my collection look like a dwarf.
Like,
Like he just he has thousands, would you say?
I mean, he has like, I've seen 2 different warehouses that I can think of specifically that had row upon row upon row of sewing machine.
Because in one, a while ago, he was like, "Oh, he's like, I rented this space for my sewing machines, and it's a house. It's a house." But property value is different in Michigan than it is in where we live. I was actually going to move in that area before the whole plague.
Oh wow!
Well, somewhere in that area because I wanted a giant farm. That feeling when you buy a house for your sewing machines. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a mess, but I'm not to that point yet. Thank you, Kilroy. Thank you. Fred Sanford's awesome. I love Fred Sanford. And in no way, shape, or form am I talking trash. I'm jealous. He pulled out all these buttonholes and he was like, "Oh, another one." I'm like, "Brother, please, please, please." Thousands of machines. I mean, dude, he has like the old school Sears ones, the old, like anything you could possibly think of. Anything as far as the sewing is unbelievable. I have to go there. I will go there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Every time he releases a new video, I'm like, do I have the emotional space to watch this today? He goes off. He absolutely goes off. Used to have a local guy a few years back who had a collection of machines and parts. It was amazing to see them all. And all his whole basement was full. Wow. Thank you. I'll check him out. Oh, he's a character, but we all are. All the sewing machine community of collectors, we are all characters. I know 3 people that bought houses for their sewing machines. I just want a warehouse. In my local area, they now sell houses with RV parking, a garage that you can park an RV in. But then you're paying your garage is bigger than your house. I traded a sewing machine for him for a car. Laugh out loud. I needed a car. He wanted the machine. Wow. I needed a house for my same. But, I want one giant room. Like my ex-wife's father, he bought 6 different modular homes and put them together. He had a mansion. He lived in Stockton. He passed away, so I can tell all his business now. But he had 6 modular homes, and you would walk through. It was just these giant corridors because they were like, each one was one house. So he had a mansion on his property.
That seems an unusual way to do it. I mean, when you get to that size, usually people choose to actually build something.
It was on a property, and it was like a weird it was huge. It's unexplainably huge. Each time you'd walk into a new room, you're walking into a new house. Well,
Wow.
But they were all connected, so it felt like, he was an engineer, so he knew what he was doing, but it was huge. It was huge.
Okay.
All I wanted growing up was a zipper foot when I see his piles. Thank you. I think that's what triggered me last night when he had all those buttonholers. I was like, bro, I would take every single one of those boxes and put them on the shelf, put glass behind them, and put them in a museum piece. Tons. Thank you. Whenever I watch his videos, I'm like, dude, I am not a collector like this guy. I wish I had a warehouse. I could really use the space. You know what happens when you get a warehouse, though, but then you find other things to fill the space. Like, I thought the back room was awesome, and then we got the tractor, and I'm like, I have no room in here anymore because the tractor has to live in here. I think we had 4 Ziploc bags, large sandwich bags, full of right toe, 4 oh, yikes. Yeah, like and that's what part of when I binge watch him, it's because I'm like, wow. But what it's the old cliche, like he's like, oh, I don't want this, and I'm like, I'll take it. I will take it right now,
Well, something like that you could certainly have him ship to you.
That's true. The buttonholers, and I'm sure because he's just like whatever. Because me, I have the vintage buttonholers. I want the 1960s, the 1950s and 60s ones. It's just a collection thing,
Yeah.
because I have a really weird collection of 1960s Singer sewing machines. Oh, hold on 1 second.
All right. The 1960s is about the time when I peter out. See, this way we can go to Fred Sanford's and he can buy all the later ones and I'll get all the earlier ones, and we won't have conflict. So I have while he's doing that, I can at least show you some pictures of my new baby, my new sewing toy. Let's see.
Now I just have the Touch and Sew commercial stuck in my head. I love that commercial. That's why I put it in every video I can.
Can you see? I can show it to you
Oh,
properly.
hold on.
later.
Sorry, let me make you bigger.
Pardon the mess.
You are in the driver's seat. Oh, that's so beautiful.
Sitting in the middle, and it has a coffin top that they didn't even put in the pictures. And so that's one. And then, oops. Let's see. You don't need to see my memes. Check that out.
That's
and
beautiful.
Isn't that nice? All the decals are missing. I think somebody must have tried cleaning it with the
They watched my Gojo video of how to ruin a sewing machine.
So that one.
Oh,
there.
That's beautiful.
The little drawer with the space for the bobbins and the needles, and I'm like, ingenious.
See, they thought about it back then. They sat down and thought about it.
Yeah.
I was going to ask if it has a coffin top. Like even my white table, when you open it up, the entire left side of the cabinet droops down. And it was all handmade.
Oh, wow.
But someone sat down and thought about it, they engineered it,
Mm-hmm.
I have a Williams medium like that one. The Queen's SMC is similar to. Would that be considered fiddle bass?
Yes.
Do you know what's so funny? I learned about fiddle bass through Fred Sanford, and then I found one literally that next week.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes the decals are so messed up, they aren't worth saving. Better to strip them. True. That's very true. It just depends on what you're dealing with.
The Japanning itself is in pretty good condition, so I'll probably just put something interesting on there. I haven't decided if I want to try and get reproduction decals that are, perfect match for what was originally on there, or if I want to do something pretty and experimental.
Attempt to finish my strap. This is how a 20-minute project turns into like 4 hours later.
A 20-minute see, we think they're 20-minute projects, and they're not. They take way longer.
Fun fact, in my son's room, I purchased what was called a 30-minute fan. Took me 2 hours to put it in.
Oh my goodness.
and I'm not kidding you. It's sit on the box 30-minute fan. And then in the middle bedroom, I had a way fancier fan. Took me 20 minutes to put it in. So if you ever see the 30-minute fan, run.
It's like the videos with people trying to see if they can make the 1 hour dress in an hour.
I watched those. Those make me nervous. Don't put me on a timer.
Oh, seriously.
Oh, I totally watch those videos. I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm not running over. I know it scared everybody with my habit of running over needles.
So, thank you for the link, Alibaba. I will have a look. So, Joy, are we distracting you from your sewing, or are you just not feeling it tonight?
At least he's getting his sewing, and I'm not. I go through this weird cycle of like being distracted, disgusted because I clicked on a video I shouldn't have. And then I'm like, why did I just lose an hour of my life about things I really don't even care about
Now you're all worked up.
over something that you really don't care about, you know?
Right? Pam's getting distracted too.
All right, I'm excited.
Kilroy says, I just come in here to BS. I mean, sometimes I think, oh, I'm going to do such and such while the stream is on. And no. Divided focus. I would not get anything done.
But that's why I started sewing, because I would just sit here and get ripped and then be so high that I would just go in the kitchen and make a ton of pancakes after every stream.
Oh, goodness.
But now I get a ton done. I'm not getting any sewing done either. You know, like there's been kind of a hiatus at my job, but I'm back. So I've been getting a lot of sewing done lately, but I'm back to my normal hours again.
Ooh. I'm looking at the pictures that Alibaba linked.
The Williams advert says that the medium is self-threading. Laugh aloud. You thread yourself for sure. Absolutely. Same, Kilroy. Let's say the sewing room still needs help since I was kind of cleaning it. Every time I go in the middle bedroom, I'm like, don't touch anything. Don't touch. It's clean in here. Just don't touch anything. I had kids to get to bed. Godless, the people want more pot tea stream. Oh, I'm way too mellow on the pot tea streams. I just sit and ramble, and then I'm starving by the end of the stream, even though I already ate something.
Well, that's what they say it does.
Well, the tea grabs me because it gets directly in your bloodstream. And earlier I was working on Prompt Zine.
Zine, an artsy magazine, independent.
I'm so glad. See, I told you you're here because you class up the joint. I just would have nodded my head.
Just nod and smile.
Yes. That's how you pretend like you know what someone's talking about. Oh, that's perfect. See, I can't have my apron all up on my neck. That's perfect.
I don't like things around my neck. Makes me really uncomfortable.
That's why I make my turtlenecks really loose.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have what I call like a Mervin's. I know I'm dating myself. A Mervin's style turtleneck. And it fits perfectly. It's skin tight, but it hugs my neck. And as a grown adult, I can't wear it. I put it in a video a while ago, and I wore it around because I was like, oh, why don't I wear turtlenecks? And I'm like, okay, now I remember why I don't wear turtlenecks anymore.
I feel like you're being throttled.
I don't like that. Or just someone's like, just has a grip on you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you. And now I have the Touch and Sew song stuck in my head. Do you know, out of all those old school commercials, that's like one of the only ones I do not get a copyright strike on. That's why I repeat it all the time.
Huh. They're just glad somebody likes it.
Let's be real. Touch it. Do you know what's funny? That the Touch and Sew is one of the most hated. No, it was the Touch and Sew, and also the 1960s Stylist, I believe, are some of the most hated. I made a video about it. I looked it up one time. I was like, why does everybody hate this sewing machine? And it was a Stylist
one.
Well, the Touch and Sew was just over ambitious. And once that self-winding bobbin goes, you're done. You're Dunny McDonough.
Wait, what are you pinning? Tell us what you're doing there.
These are the side straps.
But I'm confused by your your pinning method? I mean, I figure there's a method to your madness, but I'm trying to figure out what it is.
My name is Donnie Don't. Do not do what Donnie Don't does. I pin down the middle and completely just double stitch it down the middle.
So then you have a line on the other side.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me do something really quick. No, you're a stickler for details. You know that you're asking a lot of very particular questions. Here in the House of Sewing, we are pirates. We are literally, I'm walking around by the seat of my pants. I don't even have suspenders on. I'm just holding my pants and walking around.
Well, one, I was trying to understand what you were doing. And two, I was trying to head off a mistake if you were doing that by accident. I was looking out for you and perplexed.
No, I learned that making overalls. That's the only way I learned how to make my overall straps. But I always made it with such dark colors, you could never tell that there's a line down there. And then it looks perfectly edged on both sides. Once I flop it over, you can't tell. You just have to have a sewing machine that doesn't skip.
Okay.
Midget with a backpack is hanging around your neck. And you're doing dress a girl pant. Oh, are you doing dress a girl? I call the Williams that I linked the Halloween machine. Looks very dark and creepy. I love dark and creepy sewing machines. I was going to Joy, but just couldn't get around to it this year. There's so many competitions. Like every year I do, I try to do So Frugal. I try to do certain ones, but like it seems like every month there's like make a frock or a smock or something, And I think we all follow the same YouTubers like Rowan and Jen from That Does Friday Sews. Too expensive for me to send. Shipping has been killing me lately too. Do not sew what sewing does. Don't sew. When I was a kid, we had local cartoons, and on KCal 9, they had this character named Donnie Don't. And Donnie Don't would cross the street without hitting the button. Donnie Don't smoked. Donnie Don't hang out. He would hang out with the wrong kids. So, propaganda works. So as a child, they would tell us, don't do what Donnie Don't does. And it stuck with me for my entire life. So I always say I'm Donnie Don't. I can't wear turtlenecks. They're most annoying thing in the world. I like loose fitting redneck clothes. That's why I wear coveralls every day, Mark. Like at work, I have to tell people I'm wearing basketball shorts underneath this, all right? Because I wear coveralls every day. Oh, now I have the Touch and Sew song just blaring in my head. A new design from Singer. They still cared back then. Well, no.
They didn't care enough, or they wouldn't have made such a irritating machine.
I just like saying overambitious, but that was one of the most in the world of sewing machines, it makes me laugh how there are certain machines are just hated. Like the Gray Singer. Let's have a talk. What is the big beef with the not so heavy duty Singer? Is it because it's modern factory made?
Well, I think it's a couple issues. I think that people think that they're getting more machine than they actually are.
Okay, I can see that.
I mean, I think that if they're realistic and just thinking of it as a domestic machine, then it's not necessarily bad. It's just that we here at the House of Sewing are in the know, and we know that you can get a way better machine for half the price.
All right, you smoke. You're hanging out with the wrong kids right now. You are Donnie Don't. I am.
He's leading us all astray.
Donnie Don't was a bad kid. They just used him as an example. I wear overalls every day. I'm the same way. I have quite a few pair of overalls every day, or something like this every day. Especially when it gets cold, I like layering with my denim.
Oh yeah.
Gets so cold here, I bundle up good in turtlenecks. I'm looking forward to it. And plus, the day it gets cold, I'm going to run outside like Lieutenant Dan. Not playing. I am not playing. They don't last. Part of me just wants it in my collection, But in also it's on every competition show that has to do with sewing. You know, on Drag Race, it's on oh, what was that one show? That Canadian show that I got cut off because of politics. Oh, I can't remember the name now. I don't I'd like to know how they performed when new. The bad rap might just be the 70s electronics going screwy. Thank you. Thank you.
No, because I've heard that they used to call them the touch and swear, and that was back in the day.
That great singer doesn't last long at all. Denim doesn't sew well on those. They need to change the advertising on it then.
Yeah, see, they make it seem like it's this, hardcore industrial machine, and
Speak for yourself. My middle name is Ashtray. This whole conversation is making me want to smoke.
astray, I think. Kilroy was already astray. She was waiting, or excuse me, you have Dara and your Kilroy. Pardon me while I roll on back. You, Kilroy, are waiting for us to arrive at the astray.
I could count my overalls and tell you my total. I'm like that. You know what's so funny? The other day I was counting all the things I did on the Mimi G, like using that same pattern. I stopped at 20. I was like, I don't want to know after this.
Oh my.
Because it wasn't just jackets. Like I made mistakes. I made all kinds of things with that. I can't wear overalls. I'm too tall. This is going to be an idiotic question. But do you have a big and tall store near you? I live within walking distance of one. And I walk in and like when they say big and tall, like the pants are like my height. I'll hold up a pair of pants and they're my height.
There's a big and tall store I know of, and also a short man store.
What? That's right there next to the Ned Flanders left-handed store. Everything is about maximum comfort to me. I don't do fashion in the slightest. My wife always wants me wearing fancy brand clothes, but it's just not me. I know how that is. You can get fancy overalls. I have like a pair what I call my dress overalls. Just because they don't have any paint or dirt on them, really. 33 pairs, 2 pairs I haven't finished yet. Awesome. See, Pam and I went to that same school. I probably have the same amount with jackets just from that one pattern. And honestly, with that really weird pink Miami Vice material, I'm probably going to make another coat because it just screams warm sweatshirt to me. There used to be big on Tallinn stores here. They all closed. I just wear baggy Goodwill pants and the Goodwill button ups a size too big. No big and tall stores here, and part of the thing with overalls is anything like suspenders give me neck cramps. Totally understandable. Do you know I get that from my coveralls? That's like when I'm like welding or something, and I literally just like take them off and wear them half. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, when I do my my work apron, I'm gonna do shoulder straps, which is not ideal, but it's better than the one that goes around your neck that just causes me pain.
Is it because of the constant constriction?
I don't know, it's the pulling.
Yeah.
Something. It just maybe it's because I'm tactile, the combination thereof. I don't know. It drives me bonkers.
Because I recently tried to try on another turtleneck I had, and I'm like, oh. And it wasn't even the weight gain because the shirt was baggy. It's the neck was too tight. Says that's my excuse. Oh, I have to stop and do something because, okay, so I was obsessed. Well, I still am with Doctor Who, and I had what I call my Captain Jack Harkness coat, and I fit in it again.
Oh wow! Let's see.
For the longest time, it couldn't close because I had I've owned this jacket for a while. Back when John Barrowman was not canceled. But I miss wearing this thing. This is my Captain Jack Harkness. I have my table and everything in the way.
Nice wool overcoat for when you want to
Oh,
look
it's
fancy.
wool. Oh, this is wool. And this is perfect for time traveling because you don't know
Very
what the weather's
nice.
going to be. And hold on, I can close it.
Look
I
at
had gained
you.
so much weight I couldn't close this coat.
Oh no. Oh
Yeah.
no.
See, and now I can close my coat.
Ooh, well done. Well done.
Oh, I tried it on the other day and I'm like, oh, I've lost weight. I was shocked.
Kilroy says you look like you're in the Wild Wild West music video.
I wish. I love that. I still watch that. It's relevant in my house. I still watch that video. I wish.
I haven't seen that movie in years.
I still watch hokey music videos. You look like you know. I love that. Now I have that song in my head. What turned you on to wearing Pameralls? I never do those coats up. Do you know it was it's because I gained a significant amount of weight fast, and so all of a sudden a lot of my clothes didn't fit and it was traumatic to me.
Oh no.
I want to make some baby carrying overalls, at least 2 pairs. Awesome. Awesome. I like I call it lazy clothes, but like even my t-shirt and jeans, when I was younger, I used to get really dressed up. Do you remember a store called Structure in the mall? I would wear their clothes. I was such a yuppie. I wore Structure in high school, and like as I got older, I just was like, why am I ironing? Why am I doing this? I played hockey and I was wearing Structure. Like it didn't fit. So I stopped wearing that expensive bougie clothes. And literally for the past 20 something years, it's just been nothing but like just comfortable clothes. That's why I still wear my work shirts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to think about what I'm going to wear. I just grab one and go. And they all look good. And people think my name is like KC, Muhammad, John, Joseph, Bobby.
Mary Sue.
Oh, I'll wear a Mary Sue. If I see a Mary, I'll wear. I'm still looking for a Karen. I haven't found a Karen yet, though. I asked him to why I need to go back to swap meet. I asked him, I was like, if you ever get a Karen shirt, I want it. I'll pay extra.
So Pam says, I want to make some baby carrying overalls. What are baby carrying overalls? Is this you like tuck the baby in like a sling, or fill me in?
I made a pair many years ago and would wear them occasionally, but then wore them more and more and realized it was all I wanted to wear. So I continued to make them and wear them. Absolutely, Pam. I'm the same way. Do you know I own an embarrassing, I don't know if you can see my jeans. I own an embarrassing amount of pairs of this same color. I like this color because I grew up in the stonewashed era. And so
Yeah.
I like this color. And so because of that, like I have an embarrassing amount. An embarrassing amount.
I
Me
got
and
some.
fashion. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I got some light jeans. I'm debating about whether I want to keep them or not. That was it.
I'm a light jean guy. It's weird, but it fits my hillbilly motif though. And I switch up every once in a while and I wear my dark jeans and shock people. Like when I wear, like, honestly, I really only wear a ball cap when I stream or just around the house. When I wear a ball cap, people are like, who are you, sir? Can I help you? Because I wear my cowboy hat so much. Me and fashion never went together. I just wanted to be comfortable all my life. I know how that is. Cool, Pam. A backpack from Top. And oh, that reminds me. One of those rolls I bought from that place, I think it's backpack material. It
Oh,
remind it reminds me of JanSport, that JanSport material.
are
I
you
have
gonna
a
make some bags?
That's a whole other rabbit hole. With backpack straps on backwards, I think I've seen those. Yes, a baby carrier overalls. Basically, the baby is tucked in and secure.
Does the baby go in the front or in the back?
I've seen so many of those. Oh man, do you know that I was when Isaiah was younger? I was that man watching that rap tutorial of how to
Yeah.
wrap your baby, and I'm like, I
Why
can't do
not?
this. I can't do. I went and bought a carrier, one of those shoulder slings. I was like, I can't do this.
In the front bib. Oh,
Oh,
that's genius. Keep
I've
your
been really
baby.
nostalgic lately. Sorry. I think it's talk about the baby clothes and stuff. I remember when Isaiah was a little guy. Now he's
No.
mouthy.
No.
And he thinks he's my age.
The closest I've come is kittens and my friends' children.
Even today. Oh my gosh. So keep in mind that my son is like from the suburbs. Okay. Like the real life sheltered suburbs. And we went to downtown, and downtown Los Angeles is no joke. It is real life. Like you see every walk of life, from literally some of the richest people on earth to the poorest people on earth. And there was this young man who was obviously on something, and he was buff. He was sitting there with his shirt off, and he's like talking to himself, and he's hulking up. He's hulking up, and I'm walking with Isaiah, and like I'm all about life lessons. I'm walking towards this guy, and he's like, because the guy's standing in front of my fabric store. What am I gonna do? I'm going to the fabric store. And Isaiah looks at me. I look at my son. I said, "Don't make eye contact." We walked right past him. He did his thing, we did our thing, and we went right on with our lives, you know?
Mhm.
But my son had never been put in a situation like that. He didn't know what to do. I told him, like, this young man is hurting. He made some bad choices in his life, and he's dealing with them right now.
Yeah.
There's nothing you
But
can do, you know?
you just don't want the person to
Oh, if he had
flip out about something and do something unexpected while you're not making eye contact.
if he had flinched, he was going to get a Captain Kirk judo chop to the throat. I'm ready. He's going to get a Captain Kirk judo chop. But it was a good life lesson for my son, though. To
Yeah.
see that not everyone in the world is like, because we live in the burbs and everyone's all smiley and wavy, you know. I made a baby wrap on Monday for my daughter. She loves it. Fabric was $9. We bought thrifting months ago. The straps are so long, 5.5 yards.
Wow.
That's long. No, I know exactly. Do you know how long that is? I know exactly how long 5 yards is because I constantly stretch material out in my living room. And better, it's 6 yards long, better than the $30 to $40 they charge for. Wow.
Wow.
You know, that whole the baby world is a racket. That whole world is a racket. They charge more for formula, they charge more for certain types of clothes. It's a racket. You can get baby Jordans. Like who needs baby Jordans? And if you bought your child Jordans, I'm not judging. I'm just saying I wouldn't do it. So I'm kind of judging. Kind of judging. I just don't see a point of spending that much money for a child's shoe. Judge me.
Some people dress their babies better than they dress themselves.
That's different though. That I do that. Like I wear thrift store clothes. The other day my son was like, I want a pair of Dickies. I took him to the real retailer and we bought a pair of Dickies. It was actually the same day I bought the red hat. I do that. Like if he wants something name brand, I'm like, go ahead, you know. But he doesn't because he's grown up with me thrifting his whole life. So he likes thrifting.
Oh,
I'm that way with people hawking stuff on the sidewalk. I keep on walking like I don't even like they don't even exist. It's good life experience. Don't look if you don't want to deal with it, don't even look at them. Just mind your own business, you know. I remember the days when I sewed for my kids slash mom got me 32 meters in
wow.
diaper flannel. That's old school. That's
Wow.
old school. Could you imagine washing those? I
One
also
of the
made a
few
wrap for my sorry. Go ahead.
one of the few things my mom ever won was a year's worth of diaper service. So I had cloth diapers as a child because she won a year of diaper service. Pam says, I also made a wrap for my son so he could carry his cat. How does the cat like it?
Oh, I love cat stories. I love cat.
I think like some cats like to be all cozy and they want to be with you all the time. And then other cats are not having it. There doesn't seem to be too much in between. I don't know. Riley needs toddler Jordans. I don't know.
Do you know what my Isaiah people bought Isaiah a bunch of like designer stuff, and I was like he had a bunch of Paul Frank stuff, a bunch of stuff I'd never heard of, you know, and then I'm like, he's gonna outgrow this. And guess what? He outgrew all of it.
There's kind of an in between. Like, you mentioned buying him Dickies. Dickies are not that expensive. It's not like, the people who dress their child in Louis Vuitton or something like that.
Oh, that's cray. Around here you see children wearing like real Louis Vuitton, and I'm like, kid, your whole outfit is worth one of my trucks. I'm serious. I have a used truck sitting in front of my house. I didn't pay that much money for it. Like, their outfits are more than my truck. Yep. And rising in the toilet, the diaper pails, clothesline was always full of diapers. Even if I had kids, God forbid, I'd figure out how to make sandals out of truck tire, like the Viet Cong. Probably last longer. Do you know, if you think about it though, people are actually doing that now because shoes are made much cheaper now. How come all those shoes have that weird elastic on it now? I recently bought a pair of fake mountain boots, and I'll show them to you. They have that weird material that makes it cheaper to make. Let me grab them.
I don't know. I like nice shoes. Fluvog, their shoes are made in Portugal by little small independent
You should get a check. You should get a check. Hey, Fluvog. Oh, wrong. What's wrong? She talks about you guys a lot. Hook her up. Hook her up. Then you can call them Birkenstocks. So I purchased, let me do this really quick. So I purchased these at my local Ross for I think they were $7.99. I think
$7.99.
And keep in mind, I'm 5'9". I just wanted to be tall, so I do buy shoes that make me taller. Judge me. I wear hiking boots and cowboy boots.
I mean, I tend to wear 3-inch heels, so.
But I do not wear sneakers. But these are like sneaker mountain boots, but they're made of this material right here is all extremely like cheap material, and it's in all shoes now. So shoes are super inexpensive now. It's really driven the market down.
That's awful.
And I went to Ross with the ideal to buy a pair because I need shoes I can destroy. Because at my job, like life in general, I need something I can destroy. And these for $8, how can you go wrong? You know.
How are they holding up?
They feel like brand new pair of shoes.
All right.
Talk to me in 2 months. I have to buy another pair. Well, let me make you big.
So I was buying a gift for the Fluvog gift exchange, and I realized I had totally forgotten that John Fluvog was going to be there that night. And so I got to hear him talk about his book and his experience as a shoe designer, and I got to meet him.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He was very nice.
I love that. That's awesome. I like it when you meet creators of stuff.
Yeah. I bought his book of shoe designs.
That's one thing I want to get into. I want to learn how to make my own shoes.
And
And
yet
not-
bags sounded like too much for you?
And what?
And yet bags sounded like too much for you?
When I hear bags, I'm thinking of like 9 or 10 different YouTubers. So when I think of bags, I think of just the rabbit hole that is that world. Like there is a specific world just for clutches, just for backpacks. You know what I'm saying? Like the YouTubing, that quite honestly, that's kind of a cutthroat community.
Oh
no. But there is heavy competition for making bags online. I like those old school rubber canvas top shoes. Slabs of rubber on the bottom, canvas on the top. Hard to mess up, and my shoes are living proof. You can glue them back together. I did that with my Nike Cortez. I have a pair of Nike Cortez that are probably like 30 years old. The front flopped off. I just super glued it, and it worked. They're still sticking. And I've put them in situations like I've worn them out, and they didn't flop off. So super glue works. I watched them making bags as well. Joy, that is very cool, Waterne. I'm not like, I may sound like I'm talking trash sometimes, but really what it is I know I'm just out of my league in certain things. Like I just like quilting isn't my thing, but that jacket was like, okay, I'm better at sewing now, so I can quilt. You know, but like making bags just is crazy.
I don't know. It seems like very related to the skills that you already have.
What's up, Mindy? How's it going? What's up? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mindy. I'm just here trying to finish a table topper that's quilted. I don't get it. I appreciate the quilting world, but I'm out. I'll make clothes. That's what I'm saying. Like they're cutthroat. They don't. You guys think I'm playing? I got kicked out for putting stickers on my sewing machine, and then like the quilters were like, "Do you sew? You don't look like you sew." Quilters were punking me. They were getting crazy. This is why. But I'm not on Facebook anymore like I used to. Like I'm not even on Twitter. Ever since Twitter got ruined, I'm really like, which has been a good thing for me because I went out and got a life. You know, like I make bags, but I make it used. I make bags, but I make it used. It does then make another one. Oh, I know what you're saying.
Hmm?
It does. It takes a minute. It does take a minute. I think that's what it is.
I'm not sure I understood.
It's just like the first time you make a bag, it's not going to look like the 5th time you make a bag.
Well, true.
It was just I was like organizing everything. I was looking at that roll and I was like, dude, this is like I'm either what I'm gonna really do is make overalls out of them. They're perfect for overalls.
Which fabric?
The backpack fabric.
Oh.
But it'll just make that swishy sound. I want to grab it in a second because we're talking about it.
That sounds like it would be hot and sweaty.
Have you met me?
That's my old pants, hot and sweaty overalls. I'm not sure I want to. I'm just.
That's my old man. That's my old man stripper name. Now to the stage, hot and sweaty. Dad bod. This is backpack material.
Okay.
And it
Oh,
has that.
okay.
It has that sound.
Uh-huh.
I know I'm a geek, but it has that. And I was like, dude, you could do so many things with this. But I like the durability of it. Is what it is.
Is it water repellent?
I believe so because it's thick. It's
could-
thick.
You could make a nice raincoat.
That's true. I
That
just like
seems
doing this.
that seems more comfortable than a pair of overalls that would operate like a sauna.
Speaking of which, I tried to buy. I took my son to downtown Los Angeles today because I'm
Oh.
a great homeschool teacher. We went down there and we went to this one store. And hold on, let me catch up with the chat. Watch one today. They remade another bag out of old Gucci bags. See that I would do something like that.
Huh.
That's I see. And also, I don't know what to do with all of my fake Fendi. I'm gonna make some boxer, like some real style boxer shorts, like actual boxing shorts.
Oh, okay.
You know, like the old school with a big waistband with the
Uh-huh.
It's a good way to do some ruffles. I'll put a sticker on this tabletop or they'll kick me out for a shirt. Yep. Absolutely, butterfly. Just send me in there. Like, this guy's a blasphemer. Spell check. Need to fix my spelling and proofread before. I do the same thing.
Oh,
Joy.
I understand.
Sorry, Pam. I do the same thing, Pam. It's because I type like this. I'm a double thumber and I always hit send and I'm like, why did I do that? They're going to think that I'm in here drunk. Like, why did I do that?
When I was in grad school, I turned in a paper for my Jane Austen class, and I got the paper back and found that I had misspelled Jane Austen's name the whole way through.
I did. In the beginning of every year, I always write the wrong year on official paperwork. Done it about 5 or 6 years in a row now. I make a bag and use it until it's worn out, and then I make another one. I need a new camera bag. So I'm thinking about, but I need something that's like someone won't break my window over. It's thick. Godless Sewing 2023. Or work like fishing waders. Not a bad idea. Butterfly. Staple your seams and then they will kick you up for sure. Oh my. When I see people use and I'm not discriminating at all ever. And I think it was JL that said you should use dental floss. I believe I'll use dental floss. Dental floss works. When I see anyone gluing or stapling, I click off the video. I'm like, I am out of your league. In 2019, I made chair pockets for my daughter's kindergarten teacher. The other day, the teacher told me the pockets are holding up, and she's still using them. My daughter's in the 4th grade now. That's awesome.
Wonderful.
That's so awesome. Grad school Jane Austen classes. I'd rather have.
Oh dear, sorry. When it's your life, it's so normalized you don't realize how pretentious it sounds. I'm sorry.
I'm all about pretentiousness. No, in the house of sewing, we are pretentious. So you fit. Gorilla tape. I still use Gorilla tape. So today, I discovered this really awesome fabric store. It's so beautiful, but their prices, they're in there doing drugs with that one guy. Their prices are so high. So I wanted to buy, I wanted to make a fuzzy coat. I mean, one of those big, gaudy, ugly, furry, fuzzy coats that has hair. Okay.
Those teddy bear things?
Huge. But this one was rainbow, and they had they had every color you could possibly think of. I walk in, the guy wanted $47 a yard.
Ooh.
That's what I said. That's not even negotiable for me. Because I started at 4 yards. No. Like that's not even like negotiable for that. Like I need. There's not even any meat on the bone for me. You know.
How much fabric would you need for a coat for yourself?
Let me look. I can tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly down to the. Oh, where's my beat nut pattern?
I mean, I suppose you could make a jacket instead. The trouble is, though, with it being rainbow, that would make it harder. You'd need a little extra to match things up. I suppose you could do the panel. You could do the panels each in a different color. You know, so like the front.
It was
panel
just.
could be.
Sorry, it was just so expensive. It wasn't even worth buying because. And then I asked another man that had all red material that was more an outside shop, and he said 15 a yard, but then he said 10 a yard.
For
But then
the
that would
teddy
be
bear?
$10 a yard for the extreme. It was Elmo red, Elmo fuzzy, and then I was like, no, because then I'll just look like a cheesy Elmo with a pimp coat on. I like gappers. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No, because I'm all for hokey, but there's a difference between like 1970s pimp and like, you know, like I'm not going for that. Well, not always. Not going for that look. I like gaffers tape sticks to like duct tape, but doesn't leave that sticky residue. True. 120 yards for some. Oh, 120 a yard for some wool suits. Holy cow, Batman. Dang, Alibaba. I bet it's really nice too. That's like that one material that was like $900 a yard. I was like, and the person who wore it was a larger human, so they spent a lot of money. Ooh. If you're wondering what chair pockets are, you know what's so funny? Hey. The whole time you were saying that, Pam, I'm like, I need some chair pockets on this right here. The old school, like the old school recliners used to have that. We'll be here, Alibaba.
If you put chair pockets on there, you'd have a little place for your pin cushion and keep your scissors on both sides by the sewing machine and the cutting table.
I know I have two good pairs now, so I could have one on each side.
Oh, there you go.
Hair tweed can get expensive like that, but it's tough stuff and warm too, so you get your money's worth. And I'm okay with that. Thanks, Pam. I'm okay with that, you know, but the sticker shock. And then like the cheapest stuff they had was $35 a yard. But because I had in my mind, like I was even willing to go like some crazy price because I stupidly brought my credit card. But then I sobered it up real quick. I was like, oh no, I'm not going to pay that much a yard. Because I could. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it depends on what it is. I'm sorry.
There's nothing wrong with looking like a Muppet, nerdy. A giant tickle me Elmo. I would. See, that's why I didn't get the red. That's why I didn't get the red, because the multicolored, like, okay, this guy's wearing a goofy coat. The red made me look like would make me look like a puffy Elmo.
I think if it's something like that you're going to wear often, or, you know, or with like a really special occasion, then it can cost a little more, and that's okay. But if it's just like a novelty item, I don't know how much, if your cost per happiness about it would, I think that would.
I wouldn't wear that just for something I'm going to wear around the house.
Yeah. Or and something you're going to wear once, or.
Yeah. And I wear a lot around the house, trust me, but like it still wouldn't put the miles on it that much, you know?
Yeah.
Or something that my son would put on just to like make his mom angry or something, you know? I was just showing up to be Tickle Me Elmo. Man, those Hollywood Boulevard Elmos, they fight. Like you can't just show up being Elmo around here. Those Hollywood Boulevard Elmos, those like tourist Elmos, they'll fight you. I know you've seen the Hollywood Boulevard videos.
You could get some of the red and make yourself a little human pocket for your couch. You know, one of those that's kind of like, it's not a full snuggie, but like a, you know, like a blanket with a little pocket for your feet. And
oh, totally. You know, I'm thinking of I had, you know, you always had that one rich uncle and that one brother that made it. And I had a brother that had in the 80s, he had a lazy boy that had pockets on it. And I
Huh.
thought that was the most ingenious thing. And it had a remote holder. It had a little mini cooler in it. Like
Oh, goodness.
you open up the side and it was completely lined for ice. So you could put beers in there.
Oh, dear.
Laugh out loud. The Elmos are like whores with their corner. They got locked out. You are not playing. Like I will. You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny? When I go to Hollywood, I'm not scared of the gangsters. I'm not scared of the prices. I'm scared of those characters because I watch too much YouTube. Those guys fight. Those guys, that Batman, the Hollywood Boulevard Batman and Supergirl will fight you. Oh, good times. I still watch those videos. I still do. Try green and be a giant Oscar the Grouch.
You could combine the whole pig pen thing with the Oscar thing.
Hey, I have a trash can, a metal trash can at my job. I could do it.
You could make a pillow out of some silvery fabric to make it look like a trash can lid. And
Did
then
someone, Sydney, if you got one, let me know. Did someone say rich uncle? Sorry, Waterday. I'm not looking, so I'm super interrupty. I will stop talking.
No, I wasn't saying anything of import. None of my uncles are rich. Well, I had an uncle who was an engineer in the oil industry, but then the bottom dropped out of that, so he's not rich anymore, and he spent all his money on living life to the fullest.
Be the count and make your, what is that?
I think
Sectional?
maybe it's supposed to say special cape.
Oh, yeah. I like that. Oh, sorry, special cape. Oh, I like that idea. Or like Vampire in Brooklyn meets the Count. Underrated movie. I'm sorry. I watched it recently. I watched a video about it. I'm like, what am I doing? I have it on VHS. So I crawled in there and I grabbed it. Underrated movie. Underrated.
I saw it once back in the day.
Same. I collect VHSs and I'm like, I'm going to watch that one day. And you know what's funny? When the pandemic happened, that day happened. You know, so I now know where all these movies are in my house because I own them and they're now coveted.
That's the thing too. You know, people poo-poo physical media, but then you go to watch something and it's not available streaming, and then you get in trouble for piracy, and that's if you can find the thing. So
I obsessively watched the movie Sphere and Event Horizon. And I have both of them on DVD and VHS. and when they're streaming, I watch them.
Covered.
I love it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I love those movies, so I make sure I have them. I'm obsessed with Stargate. I own everything that Stargate has ever put out, even the crummy Corn Nemec stuff that's recently come out. Parker, do you remember Parker Lewis? One special cape. Well, one for every day of the week. And you make your suit to kill two birds with one stone. I agree. I have enough sequins now to go full Liberace. I'm hoping to find millionaires. Same. I'm not a Cabana boy anymore, so I'd be like a Cabana midlife crisis at your service. I don't know why. I just tried to put my thumb through my sewing machine.
Oh, no. That's not what you're supposed to do.
That was a misfire. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. So let's check for mistakes. I see a few.
We'll never tell.
Okay, perfect. Let's put it all together and see what it looks like, huh?
How is my signal, by the way? Am I still settled?
You're doing great, but you know
Okay.
my superstitious. I'm kidding. Yay! Absolutely nerdy. Absolutely. So yeah, I own every Stargate there is known to man, and like during yay, during the pandemic, I was covered. I had entertainment for months. I even finally got around. What is that one movie? I'm not going to say the name of it until I look, but it was like a weird animation movie, I believe from the late 90s. But it was a
A
really
Stargate
like.
one?
No, I have that. That was cheesy. That was the Saturday morning cartoon. I even own that. Teal'c in the future has his own team of kids because it's,
Oh no.
because Teal'c lives longer than everybody else. So like so it's way in the future. Like when people talk about Stargate, I can almost tell you how old they are. There's a very specific group of people that watch that show. I've been around enough rich people to know if I ever married one, I'd either throw them off a bridge or I'd throw myself off a bridge. You know what it is? I'll tell you, with money, you have more time to find more issues, is what it is.
There's this thing that you can try before the bridge. It's called divorce. And if you play your cards right, maybe you can walk away with some extra cash.
No, but look what happened to Britney Spears' significant other. He's literally they got divorced and he has to leave the house.
Well,
He signed a prenup saying that he leaves with everything that he came in with, which was like, nothing. Well, let's be real. None of us have money compared to Britney Spears,
I mean, I think that if you're sharing your life with someone and you're supporting them in their career and so forth, then it's not just their money. But for a while there, people would clean people out in a divorce, which I think is wrong.
Very much so. I'm anti-Disney villain divorce too. I'm not sitting up here like pro nonsense or anything.
What is it? Lady Tremaine, Cinderella's stepmother.
Do you know what's really funny? I'm thinking of Johnny Carson's wife. She was the first person in modern history to get half of like someone that was worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Huh.
That was like my first introduction to, if you're married, this person gets half of your stuff.
I mean,
yeah, I'm aging myself.
When did they get married?
They got divorced in like 89, I believe. So they, there was different laws back then.
Kilroy does raise a point. Kilroy says they know better lawyers and can pay for better lawyers than I could ever dream of. Maybe you need someone who works on pro bono. Then they'll be, no, not pro bono. I used the wrong term. Oh dear, what's the term? Whatever. When they only get paid if you get paid, then they're.
Is this too low? Oh, I love it already. No, it's not. This is perfect.
Well, I mean, are you working? Are you going to wear this? Oh my word. Okay, take a deep breath. All right. Are you going to wear this when you're working on machines and have oil and stuff that might splatter? Because then maybe you want to make this neck adjustable so that you can raise it up if you're doing something messy.
Well, this is the pretty one. I'll just wear something else when I'm in.
Okay.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, that's a perfectly valid response.
I just need. I need to re-sew that. Ugh, okay. Perfect. Oh, I'm going full Nora Batty this evening.
Who's Nora Batty?
She's from that show I was talking about, Last of the Summer Wine.
Oh, okay.
She wore a smock. That was her thing. Like she'd always have an apron on. And it makes me, and like I even have the music in my head. I've been watching the show lately. All right, let me fix this mistake. Beautiful. All right, so now that I fixed that mistake, I'm going to add my other two straps and then finish this. They know. Okay, so Britney Spears, her prenup made me laugh. Like y'all, like I thought she was crazy. She's not. She's not. Her prenup proves that she's not crazy. Because she basically was like, I have this, you have that, you leave with what you came.
Well, I mean, I think if you have that much money, you need to be careful that you're not taken advantage of.
Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you
Bye,
so
Butterfly.
much for coming by. Next time you see me, this will be done. My uncle is close to Britney Spears' money. I had an uncle like that, but he had 3 degenerate kids that slowly chipped away at his money. And my rich uncle, he got a job at Home Depot, and I flat out asked him, I was like, "Are you broke?" And he's like, "No, I just don't. I need to get a job. I don't want to sit around."
Huh?
I grew up in pretty big money, and it's big time overrated. I'm much happier being poor. All the money in the world just can't buy happiness. I agree with you on that one.
I think there's a certain level, if you've got your basic needs taken care of, then you're okay.
Cherry ice cream. It also
Ooh.
depends if you're being raised by a bunch like it just depends on how people treat you. Because then you're going to turn around and treat people that same way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cherry ice cream, Alibaba. Have a great night, Butterfly. Yes, Norbaddy is UK TV. I am obsessed with Last of the Summer Wine. Yay, take care. Money can't buy happiness, but it can buy a lot of alcohol. I'm not anti-money. It's all about who you're around. I was telling Waterney, I grew up around someone that is real life yacht club rich. You would never know. You would never know. They are the most humble, kind people. And they're not even snooty. I would be snooty. I'm telling you right now. My uncle pays me to stay at home and pays my rent. I wish I had that uncle. Sitting around is a big killer. Can't tell you how many guys I've seen take retirement and sit in their car and watch TV all day and croak. My dad used to say that all the time. All the time. Because I'd ask him, why don't you retire? And he's like, what am I going to do with myself? All the money in the world can't buy happiness, but at least like to have a go. I agree, Nerdy. I don't close that door ever. A friend of mine just lost his aunt and uncle in a car accident, and now his father is in a coma from a motorbike accident.
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, that is the worst. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mark. But I also been through a lot. I totally understand, Sydney. I totally understand. Most boat people are drunk assholes, but the ones that aren't have hearts made of solid gold. They still to this day, when I see them, they give me hugs. They're good to my son. Like they are just, and they're really in the yacht club. I thought she was just joking, but she posts pictures on Facebook, and I'm like, holy cow, you're out of my league. That does suck, Mark. I am so sorry. Like Nerdy said, though, like I wouldn't mind. See, I want to like millionaire would be cool, but I want to have Tiger Woods money. I want to be a billionaire.
What would you do? What would you do if you had that much money and the opportunities that come with it?
I would be the rich Doctor Who. I would travel around solving problems. Literally. That's literally what I would do.
I would like to be a philanthropist. And now I don't, before anyone says, I don't want to work in philanthropy. That is not the same thing. That's just a job.
You said it before I questioned you.
I would like to be able to be a philanthropist and find causes and people I believe in and
See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
facilitate things.
when I'm at the pharmacy, like, it makes me want to cry when someone can't afford the $900 for their insulin or something, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would hang out at pharmacies, like, here, pay for everybody. I don't know. I honestly don't know what I would do. My grandfather had he, like, quote unquote made it in life, and he sat at home and tended to his roses and drank scotch the rest of his life. Everybody makes, people make weird choices. He literally had a rose garden like the Godfather, and he would drink scotch and tend to his roses.
Well, I suppose that's better than going out there pillaging, trying to make more money.
I don't know what I would do. Like, no, I would be a rich Doctor Who, and I would dress like a hobo. I kind of do that now. Like, even like when people judge me, I'm like, you don't know, I could like come in and change. Like when I walk by the fabric stores and they don't say anything to me, I'm like, man, I could change your whole day right now because I buy fabric in large amounts.
Now I've got that Depeche Mode song in my head.
Whoa, the second you said Depeche Mode, there's like 5 songs that popped in my head. Almost. We got the straps on, almost an apron.
I do like that fabric. Oh, is it reversible?
No, I put from my Shmee pants, I put that on.
Okay.
I'm all about lining everything. For
Well,
me,
let's put it in an
most of the
apron.
details are on the inside. Oh. Most boat people, that's I'm so sorry, Mark. He's going to see Sam. Godless consulting. I would like to help with childhood cancer. Same. See, that's another thing. Like where I live, like there are GoFundMe's left and right for people who need help. Like someone I knew, they needed a lot of help. I'd buy a cheap, dumpy house, fix it up, let myself spend $100K on whatever stupid crap I wanted, then throw the rest in an index fund and live off it. That's actually, it's called crazy money. When you get a large amount of money, they tell you, like, put 99.9% of it away because you've never seen that much money in your life, and then spend like $500,000 and watch yourself run out of things to buy. Like, you would literally like, okay, I've bought everything, That's why they call it funny money or crazy money. But that's actually like a formula. When you win the lottery, they tell you that, like, spend a certain amount and then save the rest.
Yeah.
Which most likely would have been caused by stress. That's what had me freaking out so much about telling my wife about the cancer. Stress will freak you up really bad. I agree. Oh, stress, man. Stress is the number one killer. And stress is so funny because, like, I work with special needs adults, and like, you can see in real time people that live their life with no stress live longer.
Yeah.
Just flat out.
Yeah.
So, and that's not even like my usual crackpot theories. That's just like with my own observation.
Well, I think the actuary tables would agree with you.
People at my job live to be in their 90s. The average person does not live to be in their 90s.
Yeah.
I'm talking about people born with disabilities. They live long lives because they have no stress in their life.
I think that says a lot for for how well you all do at your facility too.
And it's been like that my entire life too. My entire life. That's why I constantly say like I don't know what it is to have a life without stress, but I've seen people live those lives. All right, let's figure out which way we're gonna go with this strap. Okay, I should switch my camera angle. We're
I'm going to
almost
put the coffee pot on. I'll be right back. Well, the
now
milk
that I have
pot.
Depeche Mode just banging in my head. I most likely would have been caused by stress. Childhood cancer is the best evidence that there is no God. There's many people that would agree with you on that. Okay, let's see how that strap went. What did I do with my... It's like a tradition to misplace my scissors. That's why in my last video, I was shocked that they were next to me. I'm like, oh, I finally learned. Perfect. All right. Oh, I can hear the last of the summer wine harmonica playing right now. All right. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. Did I miss a piece? I did. Perfect. All right. I'm almost done with this. Only 3 hours into it. You know, I always talk about how I line up all these projects and I'm like, I'm only going to get 1 or 2 of these done because I know I'm a yak and I talk. All right. But I have a bunch of projects lined up for the next live stream. Drop your scissors, holster, quick release cutting. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. You always sing gospel backstage. Elvis is, when I found that out, I'm like, you know, when I found out the real Elvis and not like the movie star Elvis, I was like, you know, I like Elvis. And there's a lot of people that would kick me out of certain clubs for saying that. But the real Elvis was just a normal. Elvis had fun. So I like to go full Elvis. I do. Elvis was he was a partier before it was popular. I bet Elvis was a big tipper too. I even like to see life quilting. Do you know that, like I said, the quilting is a whole other world that I have yet to get into. I think also I used to watch this man who was a Marine who was a quilter, and he was angry-ish.
An angry quilter?
I think he did it as part of like rehab or something, and he just got into it.
My hair caught on my glasses. Okay.
All right, almost done. Yay. I never got into quilting. I won't even have the patience when I'm dead. I didn't even realize, like, a long time ago, back when I used to get hate mail from people, and people would tell me, I'm unsubscribing because you use WD-40. I was really intimidated because I made a video about the magic of quilting, but I make over-absorptive titles. I'm not a literal person, so it drives literal people crazy. And I got all of these messages of like, that's not a quilt. You just sewed a bunch of pieces together. You didn't put backing on it. You didn't. I'm like, look, dude, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, get out of here. So the quilt game is no joke. Those quilters will send you DMs on Twitter if your name matches your channel.
Well, I mean, you could always open the seam and put some batting in and then do some actual quilting on it, and then your coat would be extra cozy.
I don't bow to terrorists.
Well, I didn't mean for that.
I don't bow. No, I mean, I've learned between comic book people, I've learned over the years, like, I do not bow to crazy requests.
Bye, Mark. I will see you when you're back.
Be back in a while. It's time to head back up to my room. I'm on the 9th floor, so Mark, if I don't see you, I'll be back on Saturday. I say I won't, but I will.
Who is singing gospel backstage? What did I miss?
One of the reasons I always say going full Elvis is because Elvis was famous for doing 2 full shows, and then he would go and sing gospel until 6 o'clock in the morning with all his people.
Okay.
And like during the documentary, the guy even was like, it's 4:30 in the morning. And then they clip and there's 6 in the morning and Elvis is still in his dressing room. But we know he was, on some nose candy and everybody else was. But Elvis was just, and I respected Elvis though, because when you see all the people he brought from Memphis, they were people who were actually from Memphis. So he brought people with him that reflected where he was from.
Yeah.
So AKA he was surrounded by black people. I love Elvis. Elvis gets a bad rap too in certain circles because he became more famous than Chuck Berry. But I respect Elvis. He was a real human.
And he was talented. I mean,
absolutely. I've seen all of his movies. He served in the military like Joe DiMaggio.
I think people are just mad at they feel like it's cultural appropriation, but then,
Chuck Berry invented something that people took to a different height. You can't Ray Parker Jr. invented the wah-wah, the funk sound of the 80s. He's not mad. Everybody, Roger Troutman got more famous than him. Yeah, it's getting late. I know it's getting late.
We have attrition in the comment section.
The Chuck Berry people always have chips on their shoulders about other stuff. Exactly. And that it always starts fights. And I don't know if it's regional because I grew up watching Elvis movies because my parents were older than I am, like by 40 years. So I grew up watching Gidget. My mom is Gidget era. My dad's black and white era. You know what I'm saying? So maybe I'm just biased. My mom went on a tour of his place in Germany when he was in the military. That's awesome. All right, I'm about to get full Nora Batty. Hold on, let me oh, excuse me. Wrong button, wrong pipe, wrong tube. For anyone still watching, I switched my avatar. Saw Elvis
for you.
Blue Hawaii quilt a bit. Oh, absolutely. I love all those movies, but they were really idealistic. Like I think that's the problem is that people think escapism is bad. It's when you don't come back from your escapism. It's
Yes.
okay to watch a 3-hour movie and lose yourself.
Yes.
It's okay to get immersed into something, but when you start thinking you are that, that's when the problem starts.
Yeah. When you're not coming back and facing the rest of your life. Kilroy says it wasn't just Chuck Berry either. Bill Haley also helped make it what it is. Rock and roll's always been a cooperative thing. You can't trace it to just a single person.
Exactly. But if I said that in this one group I'm thinking of, they would block me.
I think that things become part of the culture. And I mean, yes, you could acknowledge their origins, but it comes to a point when they belong to everybody.
I agree with you. Do you think that people own hairstyles?
Own hairstyles?
Like, is it wrong for someone who's non of a certain ancestry to get cornrows?
Well, okay, there was that model that runway show, and they styled people in Bantu knots. Only they didn't acknowledge that they were Bantu knots. They were trying to pretend that they were like their own invention, and it wasn't one of those where the person hadn't actually ever seen Bantu knots and just came up with it. And so that was a case of appropriation. I think that some things, you know, a protective hairstyle is a great thing. And as long as it's not in like some pattern or something that is special for a certain kind of people in a certain location, I don't have an issue with it as long as you acknowledge where it's from.
But the Vikings wore cornrows too, though.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings wore braids too, giant braids, you know. So where's that line?
Well, I mean,
and I doubt they'd ever been to the Caribbean.
I mean, if you're like, are you saying, oh, okay, I'm wearing Viking braids, or
I don't think there's a difference. Is there a difference?
But I mean, I think that's kind of what I'm saying. You know, like if you're wearing your hair in a particular style and trying to act like it didn't come from where it came from, then that's a problem. But if you say, oh, you know, these Bantu people, or, oh, I saw this, you know, great protective style on these certain African people and I thought it was amazing and I decided to do that in my hair, then I don't have a problem with that. Again, as long as you're not taking something that's like of special significance for.
I agree with Lucifer in a way. Like all hairstyles are full game. Like, I walked in with a bunch of friends of mine. We all had shaved head, and this guy was like, "Oh, you're a bunch of skinheads." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "You're all skinheads." You know, it's all weird. But is that cultural appropriation? No. Maybe mislabeled. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a mislabeling.
I went through the history of hairstyles. Trust me, everybody on every continent has come up with everything. The Romans had mullets. I forgot. I saw a special on that. I forgot about that. Oh, I missed that show on history. It was called Rome 911 or something. What was that show called? Oh, they would solve old crime, old Roman crimes.
Huh. That sounds interesting.
It's on YouTube. It's an old Discovery Channel show. Back when they actually had like interesting things on there.
I remember that.
No group of people have any right to a soul style. But see, style to me is reciprocal, so we all come from each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Unless you want to wear a Nomad's patch and you're not from there, I wouldn't recommend it. Skinheads are against racism. No, I agree. And also, like when I think of like skinhead, I think of the Afro-Caribbean women who used to shave their head.
Mm.
Like skanking is Afro-Caribbean. That it came like skanking, ska, all that came from Afro-Caribbean way of life. So the skinhead, all that originated from the Afro-Caribbean way and was adopted, from other cultures.
Mm.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But I would like to say, welcome to Mixed Sewings. Can I take your order, please? Here we have nothing but Singer sewing machines, smiles, and great smocks, frocks, capes, and drapes. I love this thing. I'm gonna make 100 more of these. I can put all kinds of stuff in here, and I made it extra long. This was a really good idea. Now I look like a funky version of my grandmother.
You look like you're gonna go out and barbecue something.
I have North Face shoes too. Or what are they?
New Balance?
I have New Balance. They're gray
Yeah.
and they're super
All right.
dad style.
We're all coming for the cookout.
I like this. I'm gonna have to. I really like this. This was a good idea.
Yeah. Came out well.
I like the funky. The funky colors. Really is what it is.
Oh, you could make an apron out of that backpack water repellent fabric for when you have a messy job.
That is true because it is it's hardcore. It reminds me of a JanSport. As he makes the noise again. Oh, that totally reminds me of a JanSport. Hold on, let me get my other hat going since we're going full. Let me see if.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kilroy. It's kind of like what we were saying about music earlier. People influence each other and we get a new and beautiful thing.
Cultures mix up all the time, no matter. Thank you. And that's what I get. I've been kicked out of a few groups for saying that we all come from each other. Like all cultures have learned from each other. That's why when people dog on the younger generation, I always say one logical thing: who taught them? Be careful how much you talk about the younger generation because they learn from us. So no matter how much you say they're this or that, like we were their examples.
It's like when they say, well, we didn't get participation trophies. And it's like, okay, well, who gave these participation trophies to the young people?
I agree.
Alibaba seems to be suggesting that you bake some cakes.
Cakes. That's what's got me in trouble in the first place. That's what made my coat not fit. Dude, my son looked at me the other day. He's like, you haven't made cupcakes in a while. And I was like, it's for a good reason. That's how all of the debauchery started. One day during the panty, I was just out of my mind. I'm like, you know what? Let's make 60 cupcakes for no reason.
Oh my goodness.
And Isaiah and I ate them all within 3 days.
Oh, yeah, that'll make a coat not fit.
Oh, we gained. Well, he's young. He doesn't show. I show. Me and my box cakes are very well turned out to be a lethal combination. Damn right.
Oh, Kilroy, there's a cookbook that you might like. And it's, oh, dang it. What's the name of it? But it's where you take box cakes and then you kind of spruce them up a little bit. So you still have the ease of the box cake, but you add a few things, oftentimes pudding, and you end up with like really super moist, rich. It's like extra good box cake.
Oh, you guys now I'm craving sweets. I gotta go to the store. I think tomorrow I'm gonna go shop a day or two early. I'm running out of sweets. Oh, I still have cornbread though.
Cornbread. Ooh, okay. Hold that thought. My coffee is ready. I'll be right back.
Awesome. I love how this came out. This was such a good idea. The reason I make box cake is it's lazy and fast. And if I was going through all that trouble, I'd just make the thing from scratch. Hey, Mark. No shame, Gilroy. I'm obsessed with box cake. I'm obsessed. I still have it in my I still have it in my fridge. Well, actually, no, in my cabinet right now. Who's gonna wear this, huh? Which one of you is gonna wear this? All right, you're colorful enough. I'm scared of weighing down the mannequin with too many, with putting too much clothes on that thing, but it's got a good base. I love that design. I can see everything I want to improve on the next one, but I'm definitely gonna call tonight a success. I really love how that came out.
A success? Agreed. Cheers.
Cheers! Hold on. Cheers!
Cheers.
Hey, I did that without pouring coffee on my microphone. That's a
Oh,
win.
hey.
My apron has a pocket. That actually has 2 pockets on it. It's just thank you, Joy. Thank you. I like to make chocolate cake from scratch. Oh, you're killing me now. I'm
I have a
hungry.
recipe for that too.
The pockets are well camoed on that. It has a top pocket and a bottom pocket on there. It's
Nice.
just extremely camoed. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Ah, Mark's back. Hello, Mark.
Hey.
I don't think we gave Lucifer a proper greeting when they logged in.
Hey, Lucifer, how's it going? One doesn't. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Great. Thank you, Alibaba. Thank you. Yeah, mine has 2. It's by Chef Works. Do you know what's really funny? Those are quality shirts. Like, because I'm a big time thrifter. If I see any of those, because I wear work shirts, and those chef shirts, you can really beat them up. They absorb oil well too. I use things that they're not intended for, especially at my job. My pen apron doesn't have pockets. I want to get a giant leather one. There's a guy I watch. He just has this giant, just a strip of leather with. Have a great night, Alibaba.
Nice chat,
Joy.
Baba.
Oh, okay. I thought I said Ollie. That's the second time. I need to start wearing my glasses more. Good pants too. I want to make a apron that's just one hanging piece of leather. I used to have one, but it got so destroyed I had to it was bad. If I'm chucking something, it's non-operable. Oh, excuse me. All right, I'm gonna go to the sewing room real quick, then ask my son one extremely poignant question. I'll be right back.
Okay. So, do you like my new mug? It's from Target, and it's part of the Magnolia collection, Hearth and Hand. I just like the shape. So, did I miss anything while I was, let's see, chocolate cake? Do you have a recipe that you like? Oh, you're probably not there anymore. Hello, bunny. Oh, it's the one with the dog? No, that's not it. I can't remember how to make a dog. Reminds me of that thing from, I think my grandmother showed me when I was a kid. And you put your hands like this and you say, here's the church and here's the steeple. And you open the doors and see all the people. Although I was much younger than a lad of 14 when my grandmother showed me that. So I was way more amused.
Oh. Yes, Mr. Hand. Oh, that reminds. It's cold enough in here.
Ah,
Well, whenever I come out here, like it's always because contrary to popular belief, I do not hang out here as much as I should. I wish I could hang out here all day. I wish I would hide in here in the fetal position in the corner. But it's hot in here when I get in here, you know.
the weather has shifted though. My air conditioner's hardly come on at all today. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Sorry, I'm looking for a lighter. I saw
Ah.
the word smokes. I had about 5 smokes in a row trying to get shit right in my own head. I just had someone tell me it's not good. I have 13 cancers already. I don't think. So I used to work with this man. His name was Mike O'Brien. And you'd probably sit back and relax. Oh, Pam, did you see my apron? I finished my apron and I'm in love. Oh, why am I clicking buttons? That is the wrong button. Yikes. I worked with this man named Michael Bryan, and he walked up to me one day because he had lung cancer, and he's like, I want a cigarette. And I said, no. And he looked at me and he's like, it's not going to give me extra cancer. So I gave him a cigarette. Are you anti that, Waternay?
Well, I think that if you're trying to fight off something like cancer, then you probably want to not make it harder by smoking. But then, I'm not in that situation, and so I cannot speak for somebody else.
The love apron. I love this freaking apron. I'm gonna wear this all the time. This thing is awesome. Do you know what happens when I make certain things? I fall in love with them. Like turtlenecks are back in my repertoire now.
Yeah.
A month ago, if you asked me about turtlenecks, I would have laughed at you. I really like how this turned out.
A month ago, it was like 99.9 degrees.
Very true. Thank you, Pam. Thank you so much. You're right. This summer has made me just crave winter. And the funny thing is, winter had me craving summer. And here we are, full circle. Thank you, Pam. I love this. What is it? Is it called? It's called a smock in the UK, right? A frock is a top.
No, a frock is a dress.
Okay, see, a frock is a dress. Yeah, so a smock is an apron. I get the two confused.
I don't know that that's correct, but I could be wrong.
Alexa,
I think an apron is sometimes called a prinny, but I haven't heard it called a smock before.
What's the slang for an apron? Come on. Ah, you didn't even respond to me on that one. She's taking a smoke break herself. An apron is an apron. In the UK, uh-oh. Are we back to the Canadian bacon talk? Tom Green cured us all of that.
A smock is a different thing.
Do you know what it is? It's because I've been watching a bunch of Last of the Summer Wine. So I've been watching some of the original episodes. So it's from people who aren't even like from a world that doesn't even exist anymore, you know?
Yeah. Different times. Mark, you are very right.
Sorry. Even their decency was way different than what we consider decency now.
think that mental health is a huge part of it. And so whatever you need to do to stay right in the head, however we can support you in that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Reminds me of this Vietnam vet I knew. He was a Green Beret. Doctors would tell him to quit smoking. He said if Vietnam didn't kill him, cigarettes wouldn't. Hashtag blame skits. Oh, what did I do with my pattern? I cannot have those floating around. Those are important. They have to go back in their proper container.
Good sewing practice.
It drives me crazy when I'm missing pieces to a pattern.
Oh.
I think a smock is like okay. It's like a doctor overcoat. A smock is more for painting. If you had those large white, billowing shirts, okay. Here we call them like doctor shirts, or what would you call that? A doctor smock?
A lab coat.
Thank you. I am just out of it already. Full Elvis this evening.
And then a smock is bigger. More billowy.
But like my painter's clothes, we just call them painter's clothes, and it's just a giant white overall. They're just
those are painting overalls.
But then I have my painting dickies that are white. I have a whole white suit. I look like the Good Humor Man.
Well, those are painter's pants.
Oh, I just aged myself again. If you remember the Good Humor Man, you're awesome. And if you don't, it was a guy who showed up with ice cream.
I'm going to act like I don't know.
He was right, too. He died in his sleep of natural causes. No cancer, no nothing, just lights out. That's how I want to go. That's how I want to go, quietly in my sleep. Quietly. Doctor's coat. See, that's what I call it. A doctor's coat, you know? Depending on... Oh, that's so funny. I'll ask that question when the stream's over.
Okay.
Now I just have Shalimar like bumping in my head.
I'm just a logophile, Gilroy. Had linguistics classes and language classes and
high class,
middle English classes.
That is my only beef with the new age way of life is people label everything. I'm like, that's a whatchamacallit. Now who's it? Grab me that yellow thing over there. I'm a very non-specific human.
Think of a job. Think of a Bob.
No, I've had to learn with my son's ASD. I've had to learn to be more specific.
Oh, okay.
I've had to. In my language, I've had to learn, be like, I need my phone that's on the blue table. Or were you know what I'm saying? I've had to learn to be descriptive because I'm just like, go get my phone. You know?
Where's the doohickey?
My pops was like that. He used to always say what? Say, huh? And I'm not dogging on the new age way of life. I'm just saying. As a non-specific human, I feel like we worry about labels too much. And that's not a deep cut.
No, I mean, I think we come by it naturally because, you had to look out across the plain and decide, okay, is that the animal that's going to eat me or the animal I'm going to have for dinner? But, I think it gets taken too far sometimes.
What pisses me off is calling everything a provider nowadays. It's a cable company and a phone company, not a cable provider or phone provider. It's the power company, not the energy provider. Spectrum does that because they run commercials on everything and they're like, we're a great provider. I'm like, I don't know you.
Oh,
Get away from you are not providing anything except for grief in my life.
trying to make themselves sound better
Can
than
you
they
get the
are.
thing off the top of that? What's in the other room? I'm the same. See, that's me. Like, get that doodad, the doohickey. Doohickey is a great word. Whatchamacallit? Sewing provider. Oh, I agree with Kilroy. That is over you. But you know what though? Like in today's world, um, we have weaponized medical terminology and all these things. When someone says narcissist, I walk out of the room. When I hear like borderline something, I'm out. I'm out. Like, sorry, you have no idea what you're talking about. My mom has a PhD. If she was to start talking about that, I'd be like, okay, you know what you're talking about. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll stop talking, you know.
Now, do you think that that's people trying to, diagnose somebody, or do you think that that's just being used as a shorthand when they're trying to describe some certain personality traits?
I would say yes, because we live in a world of information where people with PhDs are telling us about narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is sometimes we do not have PhDs. So we take this person's information and then try to apply it to someone when we don't have the same skills this person had
Yeah.
or the same set of information, you know?
Yeah.
Spectrum just raised my bill. They're crazy. Do you know every time it's Netflix or Spectrum or Hulu, they ask you, we're gonna raise the bill. There's nothing I can do. Like, what can I say? No. Recently, Netflix did that because I hadn't clicked on it in a while, and it's like, oh, we raised the bill. I'm like, is there anything I can do to stop this? No. I just hit accept, you know. Like, can I say no and then go back to my old bill? No, you know.
You want them to just mail you discs again?
Yes. I have a DVD drive. Mail me. I would love to have a timer in the corner. Bring back the AOL discs.
I was thinking of the Netflix discs.
Oh wow! Do you know that those boxes, those red boxes and the Netflix boxes killed Blockbuster. I was a Blockbuster guy. I loved buying their cheesy popcorn, buying the big bucket with the popcorn in the middle. Like, I was a geek. I would buy candy there.
Was it the boxes or was it the streaming services?
First, it was the boxes, and then the streaming services came after they made a ton of money. Because one led to the other. Because they were like, I could be wrong. Or maybe they were all there at the same time. Keep in mind, from the time I didn't watch TV from the time I was 19 until I was almost 28, 29 years old. So there's a good gap in my life where I was like feral. Myself. Narcissism is a very narrow set of things. I think it's only 5 or 6 things, and I think it's only 5 or 6 things in a person has to check a certain number of boxes. It's not all the things people think it is nowadays. It bothers me because you don't like someone, they're a narcissist. You don't like this, oh, they're a narcissist. I think that's really, we've weaponized language that we don't even know what it is. And I'm the first one to say, I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
That's how I feel about the term passive aggressive.
Oh,
like, no, that's just aggressive.
Remember what I told you about being in the UK? Like, I'm a complete Anglophile, but I don't know if I could live there because that's really passive aggressive. Like in America, we are aggressive. Like today with my son in the car, this older man, obviously an older man, cut me off and flipped me off. And my son's looking at me and I'm just like, don't react. Do not, because I have to stop the cycle. I have to stop, because if I flipped him off, my son's going to think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But this guy was like obviously in his 70s. And he thought that Mini Cooper was a tank or something. I don't know. But he gave me the bird to the point where his wife shoved his hand out of his face. She was like, get out of my face. You're angry. Like, Driving in LA is not for the faint of heart. Oh, he was so mad. Oh, he was so mad. Where are my notes? There was something else that happened too.
I mean, he cut you off, so why was he mad at you?
I go a certain speed. I lock it a couple miles over the speed limit, and then I lock it because I've got speeding tickets, so
Uh-huh.
I've learned my lesson. You know what
So
I'm
were
saying?
you in the fast lane?
No, I was in the third of. I was coming through Glendale, so that's a solid 7 lanes, 8 if you count the carpool.
Okay, so what was his problem then? He should have just been in the fast lane.
he was trying to whiz around me, but I wasn't. I was maintaining the same speed. I was going pace of traffic, but I wasn't speeding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in that particular area, if you are ever in Los Angeles, do not speed on the freeway in Burbank. Do not drive fast in the Glendale area. It's a known speed trap. It's a known speed trap on this side of town. So I slow down, and he was finger waving angry.
Oh my goodness.
We're all posh in my country. I've been to your country, and so has Waternay. We know that to not be true.
I'm half English. I have family there.
I'll still never forget. I asked my friend, I'm like, so where all the colored people live? He took me to Peckham. Great place. Good people. Oh, man.
When I was on my way to pick up the sewing machine, actually, I was coming back. People drive fast down there. And I mean, I personally don't have a problem with it because I have a bit of a lead foot.
Mhm.
But you know, I also have an aversion to speeding tickets. And so I was, trying to go with the flow of traffic, but then I kept getting the speed warning on my car. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'll just go. And so at one point I was in the fast lane and I'm driving along and I'm going with the speed of traffic, which is well above the speed limit. And I look in my rearview mirror and there's a CHP.
Oh.
And it's close. And I'm like,
Oh.
okay, if I speed up because this CHP person seems like they want to, get by, then I'm going to get a ticket for speeding. If I slow down, I'm going to be one in the way and then acting like I thought I was speeding.
Yep.
And there was a car right beside me. And so I'm like, well, what do I do? So I kind of slowed down a little bit and the car beside me went up. So I put my signal on and I slowed down more and I went behind the car beside me and the CHP officer went on their merry way and I breathed a sigh of relief.
Nerdy, when I was thinking of Peckham, I was thinking of Desmond's Barbershop. I've seen every episode. I still watch it to this day. You know what's really funny? I have no wants or warrants, and I still get nervous when the chippies get behind me. When the CHP gets behind. Even today, I was giving my son a speech about how it should be illegal to dress like a cop because people buy the BMW motorcycles and they look like cops. Well, what I didn't realize is that it really was a cop behind me. Who passed me going 75 miles an hour.
Oh.
LA is no joke.
Well, they were even faster there. I think at that point I was over 80.
Were you on the 405?
No, I was on the 5.
Oh, that's NASCAR. 5, and for those, that's NASCAR. That is NASCAR. Especially when you like when there are certain parts of the 5, you're like, oh, okay. When you're out in the middle of nowhere, the 5 goes all the way from Guatemala to Alaska.
Mm.
There are parts of the 5 that are unincorporated. And I can say for the record, I've been all the way from Guatemala to Vancouver, Canada.
Very
on
nice.
the 5. On the 5. Not all in one trip, but it's cheating when you're from the West Coast. StreamYard is lagging behind. I can't see what Kilroy. There we go. There's actually a guy who's been convicted of impersonating police several times on one of those motorbikes. Every time he gets out of prison, he starts doing it again after a few months. Lock him up. Lock him up. It drives me mentally insane. And in LA, it's legal to buy decommissioned cop cars. Someone came steaming behind me and I slowed down. They drove past. Half of the back was missing. I'm like, that's unfair. I thought you were a cop.
Kilroy, is this person actively pulling people over or just driving around in a police uniform scaring everybody?
That's super illegal though.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that it is legal. I just wondered how far they were taking it.
It drives me crazy when people impersonate cops. Mentally insane, isn't that the only kind of insane? I like saying it. I just like saying mentally insane. I just like saying that. It's an emphasis. It re-emphasizes my position.
Oh, what's the term for that? Oh no, that's a different term. Never mind.
Well, I would hold him down till the real police came. I would ask him like 5 questions and know he wasn't a cop.
Oh my word.
See, that's scary now. See, that's when he needs to go to jail. That's so okay. With my mislabel, is that sociopathic? Is he being a sociopath? That's not his job. That's not anything that he needs to be doing. Or
it sounds like a Karen on steroids, thinking it's their mission to fix the world.
Yeah, but Karens are, as a Karen, they're just disgruntled with the situation at that moment and letting everything in their life flood through their mouth.
Well, that's what this person's doing. They're disgruntled with the speed on the freeway, and so
am I. I think it drives me crazy when people are on their cell phone, because in the state I live in, you're not allowed to be on your cell phone while you're driving.
Keep people from getting into accidents.
Oh. Today, it was someone in the fast lane, and I gave him a shaming look like, sir, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? I was so mad. Because I was by Griffith Park, so there's heavy traffic, and he was in a big truck. I look around him. There's no one in front of him. So I go around him, and I just looked at him. I didn't give him the bird. I just looked at him. Oh, he's ticketing people, too. That's jail. Under the jail. I'm telling you, he goes to jail. He goes several times, but every time. Do you know, like with old school hackers, pre-internet, if you hacked something major, they would block you from ever going online again. Like if they ever caught you online, it's like there's still hackers like that.
That's excessive.
I see people texting while driving. Thank you, Pam. It is crazy. I've been in a car accident, and I've lost friends through drinking and driving. So I'm a bit sensitive when it comes to people who put other people's lives at risk because they do not realize that a car is a deadly weapon.
Yeah. Irresponsible.
Oh, it drives me crazy. Do you know, that's like whenever I go to Nevada or Arizona, I can always tell I'm in that state because everybody's just all up on their phone while driving. They're like updating their status and stuff while driving.
Now, do you think we make it worse because everyone's trying to be surreptitious and then they're really not paying attention?
Yes, but we had to do something because we were leading in cell phone accidents. And I know it's because we have more people here, but like in a condensed area. I'm talking about my area. Like I'm talking about the Southern California area, you know. It drives me crazy. It's a major pet peeve of mine. Talking on the phone while driving is one thing. Texting and watching videos. Oh yeah. We'll be here, Joy. I'm going to go a little bit longer.
Go get some more for me, please. This went down really quickly.
I know, I'm like more than half. I think it's because I put a shot of espresso in my coffee. It drives me crazy. Like, it drives me crazy. Or like, and I understand that your phone pipes through your speakers on your car, but you can turn the speakers down on your car. I have Bluetooth in my car. When you call me, the entire world does not hear our cars. That drives me crazy. What if I have some secret information to tell you? What if I have some chisme? I'm gonna tell you and everybody within earshot, and I'm loud. I judge people. I judge people so hard when I'm walking by and I'm like, I know everything about what Judy just said right now. I know you now. I know you now.
Oh, I didn't get to the next line, and I'm looking at it on my phone. I just saw a lady next to me has a big ass. I'm like,
Has a big
okay.
ass tablet. A lady next to me has a big ass tablet. She pulls it up as she starts to go while using the device. I honked at her, then she passed her. I think I pissed her off. That's arrogant. She was arrogant.
Oh
I mean,
goodness.
I feel embarrassed when I get caught doing dumb things. Like when people honk at me, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm right. I'm an idiot. Sorry. You're right. I'm a dummy. Sorry, it was me. Oh, if I saw someone pull out a tablet, Pam, I might yell out the window. I get New Yorker. When I'm by myself, when I'm with my son, I shut my mouth because I would never want to put him in a position. But when I'm by myself, I'll be like, hey, put that tablet down.
I was driving down the
Oh,
road, and this
oh.
lady beside me was eating Chinese food and totally not paying attention. And there was a crosswalk in front of us and with a literal blind guy. He had a cane, tap, tap, tap in the
Yep.
crosswalk, right? And I see this lady who's, it's not because she was eating, but she like was looking down and not paying any attention. I honked, which probably made the poor blind guy think that someone was, just awful to him. But I
Oh.
figured better to scare him than have him get run over by this lady who was going like 50 miles an hour straight at him.
I have a blind uncle, and I didn't realize his independence until one day I saw him on the metro, and I was like, this man is more independent than I am. So that's crazy. The device was huge. You could see her using it, covered half of her steering
Oh
wheel.
my goodness.
So is it illegal to be on your phone in Utah? Oh, that's just cray. All right, you can eat a Big Mac in a car, that's fine, but Chinese food, thank you. You know what's funny, Kilroy? I was thinking like burritos. Burritos are perfect for driving.
Right.
Like you get a tight burrito or something,
Like,
burger.
I don't have anything against Chinese food. It's great. But when you've got noodles in your hand that you're trying to drive with, and I can't remember what sort of utensil she was using. I hope it wasn't chopsticks. But so she's like, this whole like string of noodles coming out of the container that she's focused on. It wasn't like a sandwich. It was
because I eat with chopsticks. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to save my life.
I mean, if you're that hungry, take a few minutes to have some food. Hello,
Yay,
Joy.
welcome back.
Where's my coffee? I'm ready.
That's crazy. That's crazy. No, because I'm addicted to like breakfast jacks. I'm addicted to breakfast burritos, but I can do this. Eat and drive at the same time.
Right. You're not wrangling noodles.
Even I'm not kidding you. Like I have this really weird schedule where sometimes after I go shopping with my mother and my son, I will leave my son with my mother and go to the dispensary because I'm a grown adult and I get babysitters for my child. And I'll get a burrito that day because I'm driving to this particular place and eating a burrito,
I thought you were supposed to eat after you smoked.
No, I'm weird. I eat before. I get hypoglycemic if I don't eat. Like, you think I'm playing? I am the definition of hangry. I was hangry when I cried last week on Monday. I was hangry. I should have ate a sandwich. I should have ate a sandwich before I jumped on.
Needed a snack.
Yes, but people still text and drive. It's one thing to check messages while at a stoplight, but to continue to text and drive is scary.
Oh,
I totally gave that guy a look today because I'm so mad when they're on their phone. It's different. Like I live on the outskirts. Like you can still have some negotiation room. We were bumper to bumper. In LA, we tailgate. I'm man enough to admit we tailgate. You eat before to avoid munchies. Heck yeah. I'm weird. Like I do that. And I'll eat heavy. I eat heavy before.
I didn't know it helped.
Oh, don't worry, you'll still be hungry. The only side effects are sleepy, happy, and hungry. That's it. To quote Cat Williams before he went crazy. Sleepy, happy, and hungry. Oh, I miss the old Cat Williams. I used to quote him all the time.
What happened to Cat Williams?
He moved to Los Angeles, found drogas, was arrested multiple times. He was arrested at the athletic club in Santa Monica, the very famous, like ritzy athletic club. You know what I'm talking about, the super famous one.
Uh-huh.
He just couldn't stop getting arrested. He on film put a 12-year-old in a headlock because the kid was talking trash to him because they're the same size.
Oh my goodness.
As an adult, you have to show discretion.
Right.
You can't just go hauling off on a teenager.
12-year-old's gonna 12-year-old.
They're this even if they're my niece is 5'11". I'm 5'9". My nephew is 6'2". My other nephew is 6'7". Kids are gonna be bigger than you, okay?
Yeah, and they're gonna be idiots because they're kids.
Yeah. That's just let's be honest, Cat Williams was always crazy. I loved him when he first came out. But he came to LA it's just, and in LA is not the only place he got arrested. But when he got arrested at the athletic club, I lived off a National, so I felt like I used to pass that place all the time going home. So I talk on my phone, but I usually have the speaker on or my Bluetooth device if an important call. Otherwise, it can wait. Same. I'm a geek. I wear my phone on my hip, so I literally buckle in my phone and forget about it.
I mean, it's one thing to just kind of have a chatty conversation while you're on a long drive somewhere, but if you're like worked up about something, or if you have to wrangle the device to call 6 people, or no,
or answer an intricate text, no thank
right? You. No.
But you are right, Gilroy. Cat Williams was always crazy, but fame turned him out. Like, the man owns a private jet. Like, no matter what you have to say about him, he made enough money to where he like literally owns his own jet. And still has enough money to house it. So where I'm from, that's kind of rich.
I think that's kind of rich where anybody's from. Once you're buying planes and you can afford to keep them fueled.
That's like when I found out John Travolta's house in San Diego has a runway.
Well, he's an avid pilot.
Could you imagine? Like, I'm just gonna go in my hangar and fly my plane today. Those Bluetooth.
I don't know, because my mom had a pilot's license, so.
Oh, that's a skill I wish I had. I have a friend who got a pilot's license and didn't do anything with it. He was gonna become a commercial pilot, but he didn't do it. That Bluetooth earpiece freaks me out. I see people using them in public and they look like they need some help. Okay. So because I'm a really courteous person, I've like walked up to people like, do you need help? Because they look distressed. And they're like talking to themselves, like, you don't look disheveled. I was not ready for the first generation of Bluetooth. Now I mind my own business. But and another thing, because I was so technologically behind, I didn't know they existed, so I thought people had lost their brains. No. I didn't come out of the desert until like the iPhone 4 or 5 was invented. I was way behind. Like a crazy person, right? Exactly. I'm telling you. Like, when I see, like, it took me a while, and it reminds me of that Doctor Who episode, which I saw before the Bluetooth, with the one with Rose, The Rise of the Cybermen, where they go to the alternate universe and everybody is wearing those earpieces, and the Cybermen slowly start controlling the entire planet. I watched too much sci-fi. John Travolta would fly to eat at a restaurant I worked at in Pebble Beach.
Huh.
That's crazy. I wish I had that kind of money. I'm gonna go to Paris. Go get my plane. I want a crepe. Let's go to Paris. There are towns out in the middle of nowhere where the houses do have a regular driveway, but they also connect to a central runway, and there are garages just for planes. That's awesome. See, I would want like a World War I plane. I've seen those in Central California. I wouldn't mind an old crop duster. That looks like fun. I could see you. Would you get in a crop duster?
With an experienced crop duster flyer.
So that's no sewing. You have to show me at least 1,300 hours. I want to see your logs, license. No.
I'm not using your parachute.
Now that's a saying. Never trust God a sewing's parachute. I will do that one day. I think I'll do that when I'm 80.
I was flying to vacation and I looked out the window and the engine was smoking. It had like turned off. And this wasn't, like we weren't cruising at altitude. The engine was off. And I said to my mom, I'm like, the engine's off. And my mom's like, oh, don't worry about it. Sometimes they do that, conserve fuel or whatever. And I looked and I'm like, no, it's smoking.
Oh, yikes.
They hear the pilot come back on and say, we're having some technical difficulties. And we headed back to the airport. And I have never flown in a plane so low. We were low and we were over the freeway. So that if we had to make an emergency, this was really bad. And we went back and they like got us a new plane. But yeah, that was alarming.
Martha was on that episode for what she was Martha. We are going on 4 hours. Thank you, Pam. I'm gonna end this in a minute. You and I can go Elvis in the back room. But you guys are awesome. You guys are absolutely awesome. And you see, I had a kind of a meltdowny beginning of my stream last Monday, and here we are.
There you go. You're feeling much better.
Redemption. All about the comeback. So don't call it a comeback. But I'll be back on Saturday. I'm really thinking about making coveralls with that backpack material, or I'm sorry, overalls. But we'll see what happens. Do you have anything you'd like to show?
No, nothing yet. Next project, I'm gonna start cleaning that mouse poop smelling machine. I mean, I don't think there's anything in it now, but so keep your eyes peeled for no mouse poop.
You got Pam, I want to thank, especially like you and Joy. You guys really talked me off, and Sydney, you guys talked me off that cliff last week. I'm sorry, on Monday. I keep on saying last week, like it wasn't a day and a half ago. Good gravy. I still have my binky in my mouth. I'm like, oh, that was a week ago. No, it's right here. It's right here. Sydney, you're awesome. You're absolutely awesome. I'll be back on Saturday I'll be back with my Elvis glasses on. So you guys are absolutely awesome. I want to thank everybody who's made it this far. And I hope you guys have a great end to your week. I'll be back on Saturday. So like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself. You guys are loved. And I will definitely, hold on. Get some mouse stickers to decorate. Absolutely. You guys are awesome. We love you too, Sydney. And I will definitely see you next time. You guys have a great night.